Thank you, Mecha Kong. Thank you for starting us off with a 68-month resub. Alright. See, my thumbnail on YouTube wasn't clickbait. If I show an auction or listing in the thumbnail, that's what I'm going to start the stream with. It's a pretty impressive collection. 243 games. I don't remember how many games are in the North American library. It's got some big ones in there, though. I like this photo. It's like, alright, I really wanted to single those out. They couldn't fit it all in one picture, so they had to take one more. They even got the D. Some reproduction cases in here. Quite a bit of them, actually. Is it worth $13,000? No, absolutely not. Ooh, I like their reproduction Radiant Silver Gun case. That's cute. I like these cases. Way more fun than the just regular clamshell ones. Hello, buddy of mine. Why did I not hear Streamlets? Hold on, is it off? Yeah, that's right, it probably is. Well, the nice thing about having the Evercade behind me, it's now my official Vanna White for holding my dig. There it is. It's like the perfect size and everything. You summon it, that's where we put it now. Which version have I played? The best one, of course. Long box D on 3DO. I do want to play either the PS1. Well, I played the PS1 version originally when I was younger. But I do eventually want to try the DOS version as well. Probably not the best version. When you originally bought this game, it actually, when I bought it, it came with a Fighting Fantasy book. I don't remember if I had the pre-order or if I just had to pick it up the day it came out. I remember getting it at eBay Games or GameStop. One of the two. It actually come with one of the Fighting Fantasy books. I still have it, I don't know where it is. No idea. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that very much. Well, Pokemon Red going pretty crazy. Pokemon in general right now is going pretty wild. The cards are like all-time high of interest. Perfect time to not be in the hobby of collecting new Pokemon cards. It's pretty crazy out there. I don't know if any of you have been seeing the videos popping up of like Costco, where people are just like fighting to the death to get the new set. Castle Crashers on Switch is going up, then yeah, probably. I'm assuming the print run must have stopped. Hello, Zach. Pretty crazy box art on this. Koei, huh? Guess that never got a port to the consoles. Pokemon Red shouldn't be too hard to get a hold of, but yeah, Yellow and Gold are going to be a little pricey. Please show this on stream. What is it? I can't just click into any listing. Someone will have to check it for me. Man. And I'm pretty sure this probably isn't all MX games or ATV games. The sad part is, though, it's still probably not really worth grabbing for $80 plus shipping. It's still pretty pricey. Well, if I ever do the eBay awards and have to hand out the best thumbnail, this might be it. At least he tried to get it in the photo, just barely. Yeah, I haven't really been in the stores to see Sonic merch after the films. That's good, though. I mean, I'm happy that Sonic merch is flying off the shelves. Merch is very important. I mean, look at what merch did for Star Wars. The merch made more money than the movies. So it's pretty important for that kind of stuff to keep something like Sonic going. Especially anything tied to the films. The most memorable thumbnail? Well, I don't really remember it, but it's one that I remember seeing, but not explicitly what it looked like. It was just one where somebody mixed up their photos on their phone of a listing. But it was like... Let's just say it was a photo that should have went to somebody else in private. And it was up there for quite a bit. It was pretty late at night. Hello, Carnival. For a moment there, I was looking at this, I'm like, is the manual cut in half? No, it's just the registration card covering it. That registration card blends in perfectly to their backdrop here with this towel. It almost looks like the pattern. Sonic Adventure 2 on Dreamcast. Oh, I don't doubt that any game that is involving with Shadow at all would be going up in price. Don't doubt it at all. Do I still collect handheld variants? I don't think I really ever collected handheld variants. I just buy a revision, like if Nintendo comes out with a revision of one of their handhelds, I might buy it. But I never seek out variants for any consoles, unless there's a reason to. And some consoles just die. Like the Gizmondo. That thing just deteriorates over time. I love that this person is selling smarty pants while wearing some comfy looking, well, pajama pants. Am I aware of the scalped Shadow Build-A-Bear? I am not. I haven't really been looking at Sonic merchandise. Hello, Ostia. How about that Switch 2 reveal? You mean the one that happened a couple months ago? Somebody got a bid on Club Drive. Now that's a person with good taste. Anybody got Club Drive cat emotes? I didn't remove the Club Drive cat, did I? Wait, I might have. I think I did. CDI sealed game lot of 19. So glad I got my CDI collecting done years ago. Nothing special in here. Voyeur's probably the Actually, this Kether game was pretty interesting too. Chaos Control is fun. Mouse function's interesting. Yeah. Sadly, though, that was already kind of revealed before the reveal trailer. I just want to see it in action. But I do think the mouse function will make games like Kirby Rainbow Curse on Wii U potentially portable, if they care to port it. Beautiful Katamari for $280. $460 shipping. No manual. Oh, it's a Hollywood video case. Or in this case, I think it's Game Crazy. Hello, Jeremy. Let's see what Xbox games you're getting for $10. No bids, by the way. We looked everywhere, but they couldn't find it. You better look harder. Nope. Something tells me this seller was getting worried because there were no bids, and they removed the listing before someone put a bid on it. I think that's what happened here. Just think about it. It's a pretty big stack of games. This person's probably sweating thinking about how many hundreds of dollars they spent on these games, and then to have it not even go for $10 potentially. Yeah, they're not happy about that. Welcome to collecting sports games on Xbox One, where you should never expect your return of money. It's a pretty hardy looking GameCube lot. This will certainly shoot up in price. Like, there's no question. $350 is way too cheap for this right now. GameCube tax still applies these days. I will link this if anybody is interested in bolstering their GameCube collection with a bunch of kids' games. I think you can. Thank you for the 34-month resub. Hello, Ethical. Hello, Epic. I have a guilty pleasure of a console that I like collecting for that isn't the norm. I think I've pretty much tackled them all over the years. I've collected for pretty much most of those weird consoles that were unloved for a while. My favorite of the bunch, though, is probably CDI. There's just so many fun oddities to find on that thing. It was especially fun when I would stream a game that had never been streamed or shown before. There were quite a few of those kind of games on the CDI when I was streaming it. There was no video on the internet, no nothing. You just popped it in and you found out what it was like for the first time. It was like unearthing an artifact. That was the best. Is this person like showing what they paid for this or something? Packing slip. I guess they're just showing that they bought it originally from the NIS America store. And just like everybody else that was buying collector's editions from the NIS store back in 2018, it is still sealed and unplayed. Because they felt that FOMO. Thank God I'm done with the days of FOMO of collector's editions from places like NIS America. It was cool when they'd release one, like, I don't know, once every couple months, once every 3 months. Once they started, they're like, okay, we're gonna release like 5 a month. With like the dumbest stuff inside for way more money. It's like, no, I'm done. No more. Got a little too greedy. Did I collect anything Virtual Boy? Sadly, the fun of collecting Virtual Boy ended years ago for me. For the most part. There's no more US games that I need, and then Japanese games. At this point, the ones that you would want are kind of just too expensive. I don't really collect Switch, so I can't really comment on what Switch games would go up in price. Probably anything that doesn't explicitly get a Switch 2 port, which we all know is hard to predict because they love porting things from past generation to current. PS1 is still my current favorite to collect for. Favorite to collect for right now would be PS2. Blockbuster copy of Dark Cloud. Only interested if it has the case with the stickers. Damn, we're already 5 years out from top 10 of the decade. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly. They ain't gonna want to let everything... Well, technically everything should be playable on the Switch too if it's backwards compatible. But they're gonna love their Donkey Kong Country HD style releases. That is for sure. Hello, Honda. pricier games that I still like from my PS2 collection. I really don't own any of the Dot Hack games. That is a series that I am inexperienced with. So hopefully sometime this year or next year I can get around to the first game. If it pops up on my roulette, and then I'll go from there and see what I think. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about negativity behind the Switch 2 right now. All the people that are crapping on the Switch 2, once they see the games, they'll probably do a 180 real quick. We all know we can't resist some good old first-party Nintendo games. I'm not even sure how we can judge the Switch 2 at this point when we still haven't seen any games or the gimmicks. I really don't care what that thing looks like. I guess for people on the YouTube side, since I'm not sure this will be something that'll be streamed on YouTube, the next game I will be streaming on PS2, which will be most likely tomorrow or Monday, or Tuesday at the absolute latest, is Eco, PS2 version. I streamed the PS3 version like a year ago, I guess, at this point. 8 months? I don't know how long it's been. But I will be doing the North American PS2 version, which, for people that don't know, is actually a very different version of Eco. Very different from the PS3 game. So, you know, I'll try and point out the differences as I go through it. Kind of look like Stan from Okage for a second. No, I opened up Pure Solar. I bought that game to play it. A little tricky. No OLED. It's probably to keep the cost down. But also because, you know, they're gonna just release an OLED version in a couple years, so people double dip on it. It's just the way of Nintendo. It's really no different from how they've always operated. Hello, Monstrum. Hello, Goldstein. I'm ready to go all in on Switch 2 this year, though, since I'm pretty much writing off the other consoles for the most part, with the exception of like a couple games and whatever weird indies pop up. Like I'm just ready for the Switch 2. I'm ready for some good-looking Nintendo games for once. It'll be fun. I'm just ready for Nintendo games to run in 60 frames. The time has finally come. The biggest thing I fear is actually securing a pre-order for that thing. Easels to display handhelds? No, right now they're just kind of like packed in a box. I don't like them sitting out in the elements. Unless I'm playing them. I think it's just a rule that everybody lists their items while wearing flannel sweatpants these days. Wait a minute. This is the same guy? Looks like he changed clothes mid-listing. This is posted at 10:14, and so is this one. Wait, hold on. What is this over here? Is this a pair of pants on the floor? It looks like a pair of pants almost. It's like he changed into the mid-listing. He's like, let me get a little more comfortable. And then put the sweatpants on. Because he's definitely wearing jeans in this photo. And then this one, he's like, yeah, more comfortable. This is the stupid stuff you start realizing when you scroll eBay as long as I have. I never use Facebook Marketplace. I just don't want to deal with that. Cover looks cool on this. You could always tell when something is new artwork compared to like the older games. I could also tell that this person definitely went on Fiverr and found a horror artist and hired them for the cover of this. No, I mean, no, nothing against that. I do it myself. I could just tell. I could tell from the style of artwork. It looks like something that would be drawn for like one of my horror shirts. Hello, Orphan. Speaking of, that's so trippy. Original Orphan comes in the stream on Twitch. I say, hello, Orphan. Literally 1 second later, I scroll down and there's Orphan on PS2. I'm telling you, eBay is really creepy sometimes lately. The coincidences. It's a good price on Orphan, though. If this is complete, $5 shipped. It is not complete. We've had that happen so much lately where I'm like talking about a game or something and I just 5 seconds later I scroll and there it is. Favorite DSRPGs that won't break the bank? Well, the sad part is a lot of DSRPGs are going to be pretty pricey these days. And especially some of the good ones. I'm trying to think if there's any DSRPG that wouldn't be too insane these days. And most of the ones that are not expensive are actually not that good. like From the Abyss. Even though I think that game, even that game is expensive now. I would never recommend that you buy From the Abyss. That game is so terrible. It's like a Korean smartphone game from the early 2000s. And I think it literally is based on that. So bad. It's okay to play for like $10, but not for the money it goes for now. I don't know how much Sands of Destruction is. That used to be cheap. I don't think anymore. Yeah. I don't know. Good luck with that. That's gonna be... It's gonna be hard. Monstrum requesting the Dawn of Sorrow soundtrack. Great soundtrack. One of my favorites. Lunar Dragon song is cheap. Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder. That's the perfect game for you. I actually don't hate Dragon Song. Everybody complains about losing HP as you're running around and everything, but it's really, it's not that bad. You get over it real quick. What it is, it's mostly Lunar fans that were very upset about the game in general. But if you just called that game something other than Lunar, people would probably be less hostile on it. For Heroes of Light, yeah, that's still probably pretty cheap. I personally never really got super into that, but I know there's some fans of it. It's probably one of your better bets if you're looking for a cheap DS RPG. I can't imagine that game's too much these days. I kind of didn't mind the card system in Lunar Dragon Song. I liked the look of the battles. I liked the music. It was really just some of the exploration sometimes was really a pain. The game was alright. It was like a very 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 kind of game. I think Contact is a little pricey these days, though. Nostalgia is expensive too, as well. I don't recommend Nostalgia for the prices it goes for now. The game was alright when I bought it day one. I was like, this game's alright. That game really was targeting nostalgia. I mean, it was as simple as you can get for a turn-based RPG. A little too basic. The Mario and Luigi games, I think I stopped at Bowser's Inside Story. I'm like kind of whatever with those games. They're great. I just don't like how puzzly some of them get. It's just not really for me. Alright, I think that's it for auctions for now. Little hubs. How empty a game was? Yeah, probably Pokemon Legends. Once the illusion wore off, like midway through the game, and you realized that the game mostly is just a giant, empty, unfinished game, it was a little disappointing. Not too bad if they're both complete. They are not. Darkspire is very expensive. Hello, Cody. Darkspire would be my number one recommendation, but it's a high price of entry to try a game that you might hate. That game is not for everybody. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I've never even touched that series because I can tell from a mile away that I would not like it. I'm very picky in my puzzle games. If I'm gonna play a puzzle game, I want to play something like Luminous or Puyo Puyo. I'm not super big into the genre blending, like puzzle meets platformer kind of stuff, unless it's very late on the puzzles, like a Klonoa game. That I don't know, Arcade Ages. Probably something in a convention. Pretty big starter lot. I appreciated Fez for what it did at the time with like obscure hidden secrets and having people work together to try and crack the game. But yeah, that game was pretty intense. The puzzles. Lost your home in a fire. Need to just get my mind off? Oh, damn. Nintendo game, dude. I'm very sorry to hear that. Are you out in California? Were you affected by that? Or outside? Ever played a game that made me feel like the villain for playing the game? I mean, I guess the closest thing to that was when I was playing Elden Ring and doing the invasions where I disguised myself as other objects. I wish I could go back to that time when that game wasn't full of people that now know what they're doing. Prey on the newbies. Damn. Well, if you have any like gaming music or anything you want to listen to tonight, or any searches you want me to do, just let me know. At any point during the stream, I'll search it up for you. Anything, any favorite gaming soundtracks, just let me know. It's like the most 90s looking console. I don't think I would ever slap stickers on one of my consoles. Japan, it's a big thing. All the kids there love putting little Pokemon stickers on their Game Boys. Mario Galaxy. If you don't mind, I'm going to pause this Castlevania music for now. We'll put on some Mario Galaxy music. Monstrum will get back to this. I also love the Mario Galaxy music. The question is, will Nintendo top the soundtrack with whatever new 3D Mario game they're working on? Personally, I like the musical style of Galaxy 1 and 2 more than Odyssey. Odyssey had good music, but I really liked Galaxy 2 especially. Nintendo probably gonna strike me with the copyright for Mario, but that's okay. Hey.
Gazebo_lol waves hello to everyone.
Hello, Gazebo. There will definitely not be a 3D Mario game at the launch. They don't want to steal the thunder of Mario Kart. But I highly suspect this event that we're going to be seeing on April 2nd will feature a sneak peek at their next Mario game. I would anticipate that. I wonder if they're gonna put Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Switch 2, though. Like, have a Switch 2 version. I could totally see that being a launch game, if so. I don't know if they had a release date for the first Switch version or not. That would be a cool launch title. Hello Game Park. You're lucky to get one of those. Those things are pretty hard to get a hold of. The PS3 or PS5 30th anniversary console. Well, I would anticipate the launch lineup being full of third-party games. Kind of just like it was with the Wii U. And even the Switch for that matter. There's probably going to be a ton of games being ported from current consoles. As much as I would love to see Metroid, man, it feels like it's just too soon for that. I think you're going to get Metroid later in 2025. It almost makes me feel like Nintendo probably doesn't want too much first-party stuff to conflict with Mario Kart. That's just how I feel. They'll probably try and pick a better time to launch Metroid. If it launches with Metroid and Mario Kart 9, that's going to be huge. That would be a crazy console launch. I also wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of Xbox's games releasing for the Switch 2 launch. With their whole, like, let's port our games to other consoles plan. What is the one Switch 2 game I want? You mean within, like, the next year? I just want to see the new 3D Mario game. That would be my number one wish to see at this point. It's hard not to get excited over a new 3D Mario. The side-scrolling ones is like, whatever. I can usually pass on some of those at this point, to be honest. I only care about their big hitters. Has it really been 7 years since Odyssey? Wow. No, it can't be that long, has it? What year was that game? When did that come out? It's been 7 years since Odyssey? My goodness. That's a little scary how fast time flies. That is, my goodness. It only feels like it was a few years ago that I was attempting to do speedruns of that game. Why is Silent Hill 2 and 3 $1,000? Wow, that's a weird photocopied cover or whatever's going on here. Some kind of sun fading, looks like. Looks like she's sick. Well, this isn't really worth $1,000, just someone hoping to get 1,000. They're called My Flip Life, so, you know, they're just trying to flip and make a profit. Silent Hill 1 these days, I think it's going for about $250 to $300. Silent Hill 3 has gone up drastically in price, but only if it's good condition with the soundtrack. Obviously without a weirdly sun-faded cover. So the sun-faded cover will keep this from being too pricey. 3, the last time I saw, people were paying like $200 to $250 for that. Mostly due to the remake. Silent Hill 2 Greatest Hits is like 1 to 120 still, probably. So yeah, they're not getting $1,000 for this. You held out getting a Switch for 6 years because you wanted to prove to everybody that the Wii U was worth considering. Well, the joke's on then. The Wii U practically launched on the Switch anyway, with every game being ported, practically.
Twebro 3 has purchased one pack.
Thank you, Twebro. Well, if that's the case for real, fan, I will probably never open one ever again. $0.69 shipping from Canada. I've never seen something like that before. This would be a perfect lot for the PS2 roulette. But really, I would never want something shipped from Canada if I can avoid it. Just try to avoid shipping international stuff like that. Buying in the US is so much easier. Yeah, sometimes you buy stuff from Canada, it takes like a month to get here. It's ridiculous. Super rare mixtape lot? Was it like a compilation of super rare mixtape? It's a cute idea, I guess. Covers are kind of a little over the top. Last year I was listing stuff and selling stuff during my eBay streams. Not doing that right now, but maybe sometime this year again. I don't think I'm going to be doing auctions, though. Probably do a lot more buy it now kind of stuff. Maybe very rarely an auction. I mostly gotta sell trading card stuff. I gotta get rid of a lot of my trading card stuff. So if you like trading cards, you ready for that. Pokemon especially. What the hell is that? I can't tell if that's part of the couch.
Twebro 3 has summoned Cat Jam.
I don't know if I have Cat Gem on here. Let me see if I can find it for you. Keep forgetting to add those things. It's from my old stream setup. Which I really got to figure out how to get OBS working again. It's so rough dealing with this Streamlabs program. It's so bad. Okay. Got a good one. Let me add it. Good old Cat Jam. Alright, anyway, back to trying to figure out what this guy is doing. I hate to tell them, but these photos aren't really doing much for seeing what the disc condition's like. I like these flipbook photos though, when people like take photos so close to the last one that it's like watching a video. First D of the night, yeah. Could be, could be. 129 Game Gear games. Am I beating up people in Costco for Pokemon 151? Definitely not. Those videos are crazy. I'm just sticking to my vintage stuff, because that you don't have to go into the stores to deal with. I really don't care for the newer sets. Just 151 and that was it. But I'm not going to go risk my life to get that new set from Costco. It's a very nice lot, actually. Of course, this lot is very expensive, but it's got some pretty sought-after games in here. Namely, pretty much everything that they just pulled out right here. Hello, Jenny-kun. Hello, Noah. Second viewing of Sonic 3. Yeah, that's going to be heading at a... Well, I guess I won't be heading out of theaters anytime soon. How crowded was your theater? Was it still pretty packed with people? How do you price your things to sell? You look at sold listings on eBay. Don't look at price charting. Look at recently sold things and compare their condition to yours and then base it off of the average price. The low or average or whatever you want to go with. If yours is super mint, then you can go for the higher end and put best offer or something on it. Don't forget that condition matters. If yours isn't in the best condition, you can't charge what other people are with mint copies. Like in the past when I sold games at conventions, people would keep asking me why the same game is two different prices, and I had to keep explaining that I price my games based on condition. So if one copy had some scratches and the other one didn't, they're going to be a different price, which is not something that a lot of people do when they sell their games. Thank you, Eloquence. Thank you for the super chat. Can we listen to the Golden Sun music? Yeah, it might be a little bit, though. The cue right now is to listen to some Mario Galaxy. And then we gotta go back to Castlevania. After Castlevania, just remind me, I'll do some Golden Sun. Sin Duality, Bandai Namco. I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe I've seen a trailer, just don't remember it. What kind of game is it? Alright, I'm gonna put a poll in chat on the Twitch side and the YouTube side. Because I need to make up my mind soon. It's between two games right now that I want to start looking back into the speedrun for. You gotta tell me which one you'd be more interested in. But each one is going to require a lot of time, so I need to know. So I'm going to just do this right now. So I don't want to waste my time looking into one when people want to see the other. So the option is, what would you rather see more? Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy 13 speedruns? Keep in mind, if I do 10 speedruns, it will start with the cutscene remover category. So the 10 speedruns will not be the 10 plus hour speedruns. It will be the new, very popular cutscene remover category. Which means starting off the speedrun for me would probably be around 4 to 4.5 hours. Which is a little bit shorter than 13 would be eventually. Well, the thing is, once I better practice at the cutscene remover category, then you can move on to the cutscene categories on like PS2 or PS5. Read description, PS2 game lot, diskless cases with manuals. What? Hold on, they want $100 for this with no games? Smaller game pilot or complete. But no disc with this. So these have no disc. The size of a disc, they want $100 or $15 bidding. $15 bidding is reasonable, but $100 buy it now. Yeah, I don't know about that. $191 popular Wii games. Oh my god. Well, if you need, you know, like 20 copies of Mario Galaxy and, I don't know, 10 of 2 and countless other copies of Mario Wii, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Well, they're not lying, they are popular games. It's funny, the YouTube people are 50-50 split down the middle on 10 and 13. Twitch is like, yeah, forget 13. But I also don't think that the YouTube people have really been exposed to both the speedruns for 13 and 10, so they probably really have no idea what's entailed with that. Well, 10 would be much easier to jump back into, that is for sure. 13 is like an endeavor. 13 would be pretty hardcore to get back into. Did anybody catch the copy of Final Fantasy X I just scrolled by because I mentioned it? I'm telling you, eBay is... they're on to me. Wow, were there really this many SmackDown games? Oh no, okay. I was gonna say, that's a lot. They have doubles. You just finished Psychonauts for the first time? Yeah, I was never really able to get into that series. I've tried, just can't do it. Yeah, 13 definitely is a hallway with enemies, that is true. I definitely think the Switch being as popular as it is definitely has to do with them making it a handheld and a home console. But I will miss the days of having dedicated handheld games with Nintendo. It's kind of sad we'll never see something like 3DS again or anything. But whatever. You know, consoles that are actually handheld and fit in your pocket. The Switch 2 is even bigger. If you want to invest in something, invest in Jenko jeans for the future, because apparently if you want to take your Switch 2 with you, you're going to need one of them things. Ten people in the theater for Sonic 3. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't think I would go see it a second time in theaters. I don't do that very often anymore for movies. I could see Nintendo coming out with a successor to the Game Boy, bringing out the nostalgia. But if they did something like that, the Game Boy that they would come out with would definitely use older graphics, right? Like, they would specifically target more vintage style games. I could see them doing something like that. Alright, so on Twitch's side, 10 wins with 22 votes versus 6. People just hate 13 on Twitch. And then on YouTube, it is 10 winning with 59% votes. So that's all I need to know. But then again, would Nintendo ever give us... I feel like anything... If Nintendo's ever going to try and target nostalgia, it's probably going to be through trying to get people to sign up with Nintendo Online and just paying for their backlog. I don't know. I think we're going to have to stick it out with their Switch line of consoles and Nintendo Online membership from here on out. Never played 13. Well, if you enjoyed the linearity of 10, you'll probably love 13. 10 is just as linear as 13 is. Sealed copy of Resident Evil 2 on Gamecom. It's a shame that not all Gamecom boxes went with the same style here. Some of them are like in little tiny boxes. Box Metroid? No. And at this point, I don't love Metroid enough to like even seek one out. Unless it fell into my laps kind of thing. Yeah, I can see the counter went up on my end. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for using the factor link. It won't 100% confirm until it's shipped to you. And I think the current shipping date is like, I think they're shipping on the 22nd, if I remember right. So for right now, it shows me that you signed up, and then it will ship it out to you in a few days, I believe is how they do it. You might have chose from the same menu that I did. But that might actually be a good time to quickly transition over to this. This time I am going to pause the music, though. This time it's going to be, we're going to do it quick this time. Last time it was a pretty in-depth look at Factor 75. This time I'm just going to quickly show you guys what meals I ordered. Mine will also not be here until next week. But we will be checking these out on stream. So, real quick, if you weren't here in the last eBay stream, my eBay streams are sponsored for the month from Factor 75. That's what you see the counter on the stream for. Last stream we went over like the whole website, tons of the menu. This time I'm just going to kind of show you guys what I picked up. I did make a few changes from what we went over. You'll have to apologize. Or I'll have to apologize. Because I saw this. And I'm like, no, that's got to be the first thing I try. The Indian butter barramundi. I don't know what the hell a barramundi is. Some giant fish. But I'm like, I gotta try this because I've never had that before. And I do love me some Indian food. So, couldn't pass that up. I also picked out, and I'll check all these out on stream. You know, they're not all going to be on an eBay stream. But I'll check out most of them on stream. Truffle butter chicken and mushroom risotto. Nana's Sunday beef bolognese. So, you know, if you ever miss your grandma or something, you know, just order this, I guess. The barramundi, I looked up a picture of what it looks like. It is a giant fish. Queso fundido and ground beef. Garlic butter, shrimp, and creamed kale. I tried to pick things that would be easy to try on stream, so I'm not like sitting there cutting a steak. There were a lot of requests for like some kind of salmon, so I got the blackened salmon. Garlic chicken thighs and roasted mushrooms. And then honey butter chicken breast. So if you're unfamiliar with what Factor is, it's a meal prep site. So you sign up. If you use my link, you get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. So if you get 6 meals, it comes out to like under $42. It's like $7 a meal. It's actually pretty. Even if you try it for the week, getting 7 meals that are like this for $7 or 6 meals for $7 each, that's pretty good. Am I a muck? I'm not going to be a mukbang streamer, okay? But you never know. We'll make it extra interesting by just muting everything and just eating right into the microphone. No, we're not going to be that gross. But if you are interested in signing up for Factor, on the YouTube side, my link is in the description, and I'll put it in chat as well. If you use this link and sign up, and if you click the link, you got to sign up within a week. So just know that. You know, just click it again. Signing up does support the stream significantly. And if we hit the goal that is on stream, it is a lofty goal. But you know, you never know. If we get close to hitting it, I will be doing a PS2 collection video on YouTube, which means that I will be doing an old school collection video, sitting down with my entire collection in front of me and going over every single one of my PS2 games for every region. So that includes North American, PAL, and Japan PS2 games. I don't know how many games I have, but it's a lot. I would estimate the video would probably take somewhere north of at least 8 hours, because I will, talk about each game. I've played hundreds and hundreds of PS2 games. So if you're interested in seeing that video come to fruition, signing up with Factor with my link will bring us closer to that goal. And if we can get this number a little bit higher too, I might add in some other small goals in the meantime. We'll come up with some stuff. So if we start seeing movement, like, hey, we can maybe actually do this before, I think I have until sometime early February, something like that. Yeah, it could be fun. And then, they let you choose a few add-ons for free as well with your orders. But yeah, it's just a quick little plug that we'll do for it this week. Thank you to those of you that have signed up. The link on YouTube will be in my stream descriptions, not in my video descriptions. And on Twitch, it'll be in my About section. Or with the link that pops up in chat. What's my favorite PS2 game, not counting Eco and Shadow of the Colossus? I don't know. I'd have to sit down and think about it. I haven't really sat down and thought about that yet. There's quite a few contenders. And Shadow of the Colossus would not be number 2, by the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would love other PS2 games more than Shadow. Yeah, Factor 75 is one of those things, even if you're just you don't want to cook for a week, you just sign up for the week and get their 6 meals. You throw them in the microwave for 2 minutes and you're done. I will look forward to the week when my food actually gets here, because that means that I can spend 2 minutes preparing the meal and then immediately come stream. Nintendo Power Mat, Sunko 1990. The hell? Okay, so this is a floating device for a pool. I've never seen this before. Heavy duty vinyl safety valves, high impact black bottom. What? So confused. I guess Nintendo just licensed the flotation thing for a pool. Yeah, the meals are not preservative kind of stuff. They will, my guess is, because I haven't got mine yet, they prepare and cook the meals fresh, and then my guess would be that, they come in a little box with plastic on top, you puncture it with a fork or something, and then you just put it in the microwave for a couple minutes. So it's not like you're gonna get some kind of week-old frozen food. It's gonna be fresh and then probably dry iced and delivered to you. I'll be able to let you know a little bit more once I actually get my box. There is a chance that next eBay stream may be pushed into the weekday. So that way, when I get the Factor box, I can actually show it on stream. So that might be on a Monday or so. That's when it's due to be delivered. Plus, it's been a while since we've done an eBay stream during the weekday anyway. Gives people an opportunity that maybe can't make the Saturday streams. But I would like to coincide the box getting delivered with an eBay stream, so I might do that. This is like the best Mario Galaxy song. After this one, we'll switch back to Castlevania, and then we'll do some Golden Sun. Hello, Psychosaurus. New retro collector. What are you focusing on collecting? Hello, Chrono. Alright. It's fun to listen to some Mario Galaxy again. Good Final Fantasy, would I like to see a remake? 13 by far. It's long overdue. Get that game off of the PS3 and 360. Well, choosing the PS2 to start is always a good idea. So many games on there, so many cheap, affordable games that are also still very good games. One of the best consoles you can collect for today. Yeah, there'll be some games that are kind of hard to get, but there's tons that are very easy to get. Nah, you just gotta give up on Final Fantasy XI at this point. There's no hope for it. They were doing a mobile version and then they canceled it, probably to work on 14 mobile instead. It's kind of sad. Wartech came back down in price. The 360 Apocalypse calming down a bit. I will try Final Fantasy XIV mobile because that game will be a fresh start and a different take on the game. I will try it. See how it is. People that watched the trailer were commenting how they really liked the animation apparently. They were saying it looked better than the main game. I was like, wow, interesting. They're not like 14. Well, I love 11, which makes loving 14 pretty difficult. It's so drastically different. The biggest curse of playing Final Fantasy XI is that playing other MMOs becomes very difficult afterwards. If you've played 11, you know what I mean. I played 14 1.0, yes. And that was disappointing, but even that was slightly more interesting than what it eventually became for me personally. At least the combat was super different. I don't know. I just prefer my classic style MMOs like Pantheon and EverQuest and Final Fantasy XI. Those are the only ones I've been able to get into. And eventually Monsters and Memories. Man, this game isn't... I thought this was expensive on 360, maybe not. This feels like an uncommon game though, this Test Drive Ferrari game. You don't see this often. till it took you. I pretty much want to play 14 for the story. I just want to see what the story is like. I'm sure the story is amazing. I'm really not so much interested in all the stuff in between, personally. I'm sure I'd get into it, I'm sure I'd have fun with it, but man, it's such a commitment to see the story of 14. At this point, it's got to be, what, like, thousands of hours you got to commit to that game to see it from start to finish at this point. At this point, you can play the solo story content. You can play the story content mostly solo. See, that's what I mean. I don't play MMOs to play solo. That's the thing. Playing a game that is built around playing with others in a solo way is just not my thing. See what, you know, like, this is, you see what I'm talking about, right? We're talking about 11, and here's 11. I'm telling you. We haven't seen 11 all night, and here it is. So weird. It gets so weird lately with eBay. Thank you, Norton. Have I ever played WoW before? I played WoW for a few days about, I don't know, man, it's probably been 8 or 9 years ago now. I was coerced into playing it. It was not for me. And then I played WoW Classic for a day on stream for the launch, which I'm glad I did. That was a very interesting experience. I will never forget spawning in a starting area with like 500 other people fighting to kill like a single rabbit and taking like an hour to get from level 1 to 2. That was certainly something. That's it. I'm actually very thankful that I never played World of Warcraft in its heyday because, well, you all know how that goes. I'm sure you all know someone in your life that changed their course of history because they played World of Warcraft. There probably wouldn't have been a YouTube channel. You don't just play World of Warcraft, you live World of Warcraft, so thank goodness I did not play World of Warcraft. I'll take my Final Fantasy XI. Not World of Warcraft. Because here's the difference. In Final Fantasy XI, you can log on and fail to accomplish something because you can't get a group and you're like, alright, I guess I'm done for the day. Or you got in a group and it disbands and it's like, well, I'm not going to have time to look for another group, time to log off. WoW, way easier to do things with finding groups and just being productive. So it's probably a lot harder to take yourself off that game. And the dopamine hits in WoW are probably faster and more consistent than in 11. 11, you can play for 12 hours in a day and maybe gain half a level or something. And nothing else, right? Like, so it's kind of like you don't constantly have that thing stringing you around. No, I don't think I've ever heard of that one, Johnny Come. My uncle from End of the World, yeah, I never heard of it. Is it an animation or a live action? I'm probably gonna resubscribe to Netflix soon. I haven't had it for like almost 2 years at this point, I think. Sure, there's gotta be some new interesting stuff to watch on there now. I miss those weird Korean shows that would be on there. Just come up with the strangest plot lines in those shows. Is the Genesis hard to find games for? Oh, it's definitely not hard to find Genesis games. If you go cart only, you probably shouldn't have much of an issue. I don't know if you're going complete in box or not. We can look for Genesis right now, actually. Yeah, if you go card only, you'll have a field day. If you go complete in box, it'll be a little more difficult. Because even the more common stuff these days, it's pretty hard to get for under like 20 bucks. Locatos. Oh, Noah, let me, are you still here, Noah? Everybody that does the factor thing gets a support pack through Streamloots, which goes for the people that did it already. You just gotta let me know, because some people didn't say who signed up for it. So just like whisper me on Twitch or Discord, or just get in contact with me if you signed up for it. Are you linked with Streamloot chat? Yeah, there you are. Well, you don't gotta get in contact with me because I know you just did it. I just sent you a subscriber pack, so it's a pack. Oh, sorry, not a subscriber pack. Hold on, I gotta send you the other one. Alright, you just made out with a free subscriber pack. It's okay. The sponsored support pack. This one. So this will be a pack that contains one of 4 cards. It'll either allow you to pick the next PS2 game I play, or add 1, 2, or 3 hours to the current game I'm playing. So I just sent it over to you. So that way, the next time you either want to add a bunch of time to a game, or pick the next game potentially, that's just a little extra gift for doing the Factor sponsorship sign-up. It is a lot of power. It's just something that I do when I do my sponsored things with goals. I hand those out as well. So for those of you that did the Factor sign-up, just reach out to me, and I'll get you one as well. And that's all for future signups as well. $14 Genesis games. See, I was wondering why they were asking $92 for Sonic Spinball. And then I had to read the title. That's why you gotta read titles and look at pictures and prices. You never know what might be hidden in here. I'd probably go with Sephiroth. Sephiroth is way more tragic in my opinion. But then again, probably just because it's fresher in my mind. There should be a place when you're on Streamloots, I think it's towards the top right or something, where it'll let you click to open the packs. I definitely sent them to your account, I just can't, it's hard for me to like describe how to claim them. Question was, whose story is better? Origin story, Sephiroth or Mewtwo? See what people are paying for Genesis carts. It's one thing to look at them, but let's just see what people are actually paying for these right now. Wow, $60 for that case? I used to have that thing laying around. It didn't have the insert, though, to hold the games.
Anonymous just put the stream up for ransom. It will end in 10 minutes unless their demands are met.
So unfortunately, Anonymous, because this is a stream that is sponsored, I have to turn that card away when it's a sponsored stream, just because I have obligations. But I do appreciate your attempt at villainy. That card would have potentially ended the stream tonight if the ransom was not met. But hold on to that on, like, any stream besides eBay for the next few weeks at least. But I will return it to your collection for future use. People on the YouTube side too, if you're ever curious about like what's going on with all this card stuff. I haven't like properly introduced it to the YouTube stuff like side yet. I will eventually one day, but I do want to clean some things up before I do that. I will just give you the link though, just so you can see what people are interacting with. If you wanted to peruse it, so you understand a little better. People are, you know, they're playing cards through that website. Just like ways to interact with the stream. It's mostly used for my PS2 streams where I spin the roulette wheel. And then people add or subtract time or skip the games or pick the next game, stuff like that. That's what it's most popular for. Yep, I can refund them. I just send it back to the collection. Thank you, Terry. Thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate it very much. I think that upgrades you now to the... Oh my goodness, it's been... I'm trying to remember. That is the... It's not the diamond doorknob, it's the rainbow. Yes, the rainbow. Sonic and Knuckles is getting pretty hard to get these days too. Everybody's snatching it up because of the new movie. No, Diamond is 1 year. 3 year you get the face knob. Wow, $40 for Dr. Robotnik. You couldn't even sell that game by itself for like $10 back in the day. It's crazy. You know, everybody's always impressed by the games that have gone up like to $200 or $300, but what's even more impressive are the games that used to be like $5 or $10 that are now going for $40 or $50. Those are sometimes even more dramatic. How do I feel about remasters? My stance on remasters has always been you know, I really don't care what games they're remastering, because for some people, their favorite game of all time may be one of those games that gets remastered, and they'll be really happy. So as long as it's not conflicting too much with like normal development time on other games, if they're just like sending their B team to develop a little remaster while the A team works on like the next major project, I think it's fine. Doesn't bother me. And it shouldn't be any surprise that remasters are used to like help fund bigger projects. But I wish that companies like Square Enix would start realizing that not every game needs to be some kind of like AAA multi-year crazy budget. Like sometimes it's okay to just release something smaller. Final Fantasy XVII doesn't have to be some crazy bombastic visual game. Like people would be pretty receptive to it being, you know, scaled back a little bit, at least in my opinion. Yeah, look at Mega Man 9, 10, and 11. Exactly. Well, Punisher with the tattoo would certainly be considered a grail. Otherwise, Punisher's not too hard to get. It's usually pretty plentiful on eBay. Typically, if you search for it. There'll at least be a few copies. I mean, we could look at what people are paying. Okay. Sega Genesis Franco-American Campbell SpaghettiOs adapter? Right. Might take us a bit to find the real sales here, though. Thank you, Trekkie. Thank you for the Shreemoot sub. Good luck on whatever you get from your pack. Clamshell V overlap? What? Some kind of weird variant? Sealed? Oh, it's a sealed copy. I was gonna say I thought there was like some kind of strange clamshell variant or something.
Trekkie 313 wants to search for Nintendo food items.
Doesn't really look like anything recently has sold too heavily above Musha or Crusader. I'm sure the search is missing some things though. A lot of consoles popping up. Punisher with the tattoo. So just like I said, Punisher with tattoo would kind of be up there. Getting that game with the tattoo and the registration card, very hard. It's one of the hardest things to do for Genesis. Nope, I've never collected Laserdisc. I don't have a Laserdisc player. But we looked at Laserdiscs last year at some point, and it's surprising how cheap some of them actually are. You'd be surprised. Some of them aren't too crazy. Yeah, that's it. Nothing too crazy going on in Genesis World out of the ordinary. Am I under... What is this under right now? Let me just try this. Yeah. So that was showing everything. No crazy sales with like some out of the ordinary non-sealed game for a crazy price. Nintendo food items. Not even sure how to search for this. Is there a category for food? If there is, I don't even know where it is. Doesn't appear like it. I think that's kind of what Sony might be aiming to do, and I hope so. I hope this is a new great fad that catches on, of just reviving really old series with smaller budgeted games just to see what takes off. Yeah, I'm not sure how to search for Nintendo food items. Nintendo food promo, maybe? You'd probably have to search one at a time individual specific food items. Oh, look at this. Man. Imagine how rare this has got to be. This is when you got to think a hoarder, right? Like, for someone to hold on to this from 1989, they had to be a hoarder. This thing is also super beat up. Nintendo ice cream sandwich box. Complete with some gunk caked on there, so you know it's authentic. I think video retro conventions are getting oversaturated. It's hard for me to comment on that. I actually haven't been to them in years outside of like local ones. So, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I'm not like super involved with the scene. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chucky. I don't know how. Other than just like straight up searching for like cookies and cereal and stuff. It's probably gonna give me Yoshi though, so I gotta filter Yoshi. He's still there, even after filtering him. Super Nintendo World printed cookies from Japan. So they actually use color print on the cookie. Yeah, I'm sure that's got some healthy ingredients. Well, then again, it is from Japan. If this was the US, you'd probably be biting into some real interesting chemicals. There's more of them. It's actually super detailed for a cookie. Wait, it's a 2-for-1? You get a puzzle plus a cookie? Man, Japan is always next level, boy. They know what's up. And it's in a trading card pack? Wait, so are you getting a random cookie? You're getting a random cookie. Plus a puzzle. Japan just so ahead of the curve. Pokemon Oreos limited edition. Wasn't there some debacle with like, what was it, Pokemon? Some Pokemon food item where you can get like a Pikachu or a Mew, and it was going for like It was like a cracker or something. What was it? What is... Anybody remember what it would... It was like $200 or something for the cookie. So ridiculous. Maybe it was these Oreos. Discover all 16 Pokemon. It was Oreos? Okay. The thought of making collectible cookies is certainly next level marketing. Try and collect them all. Super Mario Brothers Sunshine Box from 1992. Oh my god, isn't that... This cereal predicted Super Mario Sunshine. Look at this. Super Mario Sunshine. Wonder if Nintendo got the idea from here. They looked back and they're like, oh man, that's actually got a good ring to it. Man, they really liked this Peach stock art back in the day where she's just kind of like running away scared. They use that pretty heavily. Win instantly. Let's see. So 100 grand prizes would get a Super Nintendo. I wonder how many people actually won these things. 200 people would get a Game Boy with Mario Land. 300 would get an LCD watch and headphones. 400 would get a Game & Watch and Mario Brothers handheld video game. Wait. And... oh, the Mario Brothers handheld for Game & Watch. Okay, they worded that strangely. 500 people would get a 1-year subscription to Nintendo Power. And everybody else will get a 25-cent coupon. Gotta love that. Good on the next purchase of Super Mario Brothers cookies. The participation prize. That's a lot of winners. Wonder how many people actually entered that. Physical GameStop shop. I'm sure it would be fun, but yeah, no. Not me. I'd rather just do occasional selling of things at conventions or something, and you know, not year-round shops. Pass on that. I feel like once you open up a retro game shop, it changes something about your passion for the hobby. Like, I'm sure you're not the same after you open up a game store. Because after that, everything is all about, like, what can I buy to flip and profits and all this stuff. I'm good. It's just not for me. $400 for a Guitar Hero World Tour complete bundle. Yeah, don't play the Guitar Hero stuff these days is going pretty wild, especially if it's brand new. Wow, look at all these copies of Devil's Third selling. Yeah, I've won the Pikachu version. Wait, so you still have the sealed Oreos? Well, actually, you know, these days with all the weird stuff that they put in stuff like Oreos, it probably will be... It'll look just like it's brand new 20 years from now. I don't think you're really going to see it degrade much over time. So in a way, collecting Oreos and any other like bioengineered snacks, I think you're good. I don't think you're gonna like get moldy cookies anytime soon. Let's look up old 90s Donkey Kong merchandise. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for the super chat. I'll get right on that. Donkey Kong. I'll look under merchandise. This will be the best way to do it. I can try vintage. See how it narrows it down. 325. This was always one of my favorite Diddy Kong plushes. I really like that one. Original Guitar Hero controllers in good, like, mint condition are very hard to get and very expensive now. The thing to keep in mind is it's two different communities. It's the actual Guitar Hero people that are just wanting to, like, get nostalgic and play Guitar Hero again. And they're disappointed that they sold their guitars at a yard sale for, like, $2 years ago. Or donated them or whatever. But then you also have the Clone Hero fans, which are probably even more responsible for the prices going up. Because those people never stopped playing Guitar Hero, and they play very advanced songs that destroy controllers very quickly. So they kind of move through the inventory of controllers in a rapid pace. You know, they have a Fortnite festival. What, they have Guitar Hero stuff in Fortnite now? I can't keep up with what goes on in that game. Is Fortnite even like a shooting game anymore, or is it just like Roblox at this point? Hello, word up. You picked up Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection this week? Yeah, I'm still waiting for the one to come out with Power Stone. That's what I'm waiting for. Sign me up for that. Thoughts on the new look of Donkey Kong? I'm not sure what I think of him quite yet. I mean, it's like a drastic change, but at the same time, it's like, well, he does kind of resemble his old classic look. You got to admit, though, it kind of makes a little more sense. That's the design they went with in the movie. So going forward, sticking with the new design, I mean, you really can't blame Nintendo, even if I'm sure most people don't prefer it. He does look very different and bug-eyed. Thailand plushes. I like these ones. But they're shipping from Thailand. It's probably from Japan originally. Doesn't really bother me because I never picked Donkey Kong in any of the like Mario games that you pick them anyway, so doesn't bother me too much. As long as they don't have Seth Rogen voicing him. Yeah, as long as he just sounds like Donkey Kong normally sounds in the games, I think everybody will be okay. You know, just make his Donkey Kong noises, and it'll be fine. Ah, yes. I have a case of these. I used to have more, but I sold off. I had like 3 of each or something like that. I don't remember. So I sold off, like, I only wanted 1 of each. So I have Link. Look how detailed Link is. Link is not playing around. These things were so... Look at that. Look how good that is. And you know, the funny part is they still look like this all these years later. That's Sugar Boy. That's what you're putting in your body. Here's Mario. Very detailed. Look, this is the new Donkey Kong. They nailed the likeliness right on. And then Yoshi. Yoshi's green faded a bit over the years, it seems. Fat little chubby Yoshi. Yeah, there's a GameStop. Yeah, those would like sit on the counter. Be able to pick up, point of sale kind of thing. It's like the buffest Donkey Kong plush. Oh my goodness. Well, you wanted vintage. Maybe not this vintage. Okay, now we gotta do Golden Sun. For a bit. Is this really Donkey Kong? I'm not convinced. Kelly toy? I think this person's just like, yeah, just slap Donkey Kong on it. I'm not convinced that's Donkey Kong. I don't think Nintendo would have allowed Donkey Kong nipples. And the CRT? Not anymore. Everything I stream for convenience of streaming and room is played on my HDTV. There are some games, though, that I gotta hook up a small CRT for in the future to play, namely anything Music Rhythm. And if I ever start streaming Irritating Stick again, I would need a CRT for that. Wow. Super little legs on this Donkey Kong. Ooh, these are really hard to find in the box. It's pretty uncommon artwork for Mario. They don't typically use this pose for him on promotional stuff. A flocked keychain. It is official. That's unusual. Flocked is when it has like that kind of fuzzy texture to it. Yeah, Donkey Kong after he's had some hard drugs for sure. He's just having a good time. See what the most expensive Donkey Kong things people bought are. Donkey Kong Country hat for 190. Donkey Kong 64 for 125. I love how Snorlax is just like, yeah, I'm a Nintendo character, Mario character blended in. That's actually a pretty nice one. I can see why it went for so much. Diddy Kong's just screaming. That's it. Nothing crazy with Donkey Kong merch, price-wise. You know there was a Donkey Kong Country trading card game in Japan back in the day? What is it called? Let me just try a trading card. Like one that you play, not just like cards to trade. Here it is. So these were the packs. Let me try Donkey Kong Country TCG. Show you the artwork. Booster box, $700. Here are the cards. There's some very questionable artwork in this card set. It's got a lot of kind of like this kind of stuff. Apparently their characters are just flexing one another. There's one more with Donkey Kong that is just like, what were they thinking?
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, indeed. There's hollows and everything. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is the kind of artwork you got to look forward to in the Donkey Kong trading card game. Just doing wrestling moves. You know. So for those of you that are into Donkey Kong and wrestling, this is the trading card game for you. Do people still care about... Remember when people were going crazy for the Mario Wonder, like, gold card or whatever that you can pull from some trading card packs? Are people still going crazy over that? Let's find out. Let's see, was it Mario Wonder Elephant card? Oh my goodness. So this was the one that was numbered to 1,000. This person won $7,700. This one sold for $4,600, but it was numbered 8 out of 1,000. Ungraded 650, graded in a 9 600. So it looks like if you have this card, do any of you have this card? Were you lucky enough to pull this? You're sitting on like a $400 to $600 card, depending on the number and condition. Why? Oh, it's just a serialized rare trading card. You think the video game hobby is crazy? You ain't seen nothing yet with trading cards. This is definitely not too surprising, to be honest. What set was this? Mario trading card. Nintendo. Hello, Pixelly. I don't know what they call those new ones. No idea. Mario Wonder trading cards? Somebody graded a pack, 135. So 2 packs, $40 a pack. $45, $50 shipped. Crazy. And they're such lame looking cards too. They just look so cheap. These are them. That's it. The hollows are okay, but man, they're just so cheap and basic looking. That's it. That's why I never got into them, even when they were cheap. Dan Vong celebrating 100 months subscribing on Twitch. This is a Golden Sun playlist right now, Dan. I'll send it to you. It wouldn't be a Dan Vong resub without asking for the playlist. It's like we've come full circle. Thank you, Dan, for the 100 months. Appreciate that very much. No, they definitely were not meant to be anything spectacular, but people definitely picked that up and ran with it. Nintendo's like, yeah, you know what, let's just release some cute little promo cards to get people excited for the characters in Mario Wonder. And then the trading card community is like, what's that? I can make $7,000 on the Mario elephant card? Absolutely. You can see that these ones, like, nobody cares if you get the Hoppo graded at an 8. No one cares. It's just really those high hit cards that people want. Unfortunately these days, Echo, when something like this gets released, it's almost impossible to put it into the hands of kids. It's mostly people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s buying this stuff up. I would estimate that 90% of people that bought these Mario cards were probably not kids. It's just how it is these days. Alright, it is time for affiliate review, it looks like. You're getting back into Pokemon card collecting for the first time in 20 years. You should honestly just go back and pick up singles of your favorite cards. From whatever you were collecting when you were younger. It's the most fun way to do it, I think. Buy singles. Getting into the new sealed stuff right now is a little crazy. You might like Pokemon 151 if you can find it. But yeah, the new sets that they have right now are... People are like killing each other in the stores right now to get them. And that's no exaggeration. Like, they are fighting for these cards. So buy online, buy singles, buy the old stuff. Buy lately played or something. You'll get it cheap. But if you're getting back into it, Pokemon 151. Can't really go wrong with that. As long as you're okay with paying slightly higher prices than when it came out. Alright, so we're going to look at everything that people picked up using my affiliate link over the course of January 5th to the January 11th. So we'll take a look at what people bought, what they paid, any deals or not deals. And then we'll check out Trekkies search requests. So we're starting off with a Sony prong power cord for the PS1, PS2 for $3. A Panasonic Lumix lens. Lens do get pretty expensive. I know nothing about lens for cameras. The lens is yours, Dan? Dan, a photographer? Well, that's how he takes those good shots that he posts of his pickups. Secret's out, Dan. PlayStation 2 console only for $78. That's something that I gotta look into soon, since mine is on its deathbed. That laser. It's hanging in there, but it's getting harder and harder. Final Fantasy Tactics World Alliance for the PSP. No game. $11. If you want a taste of Pokemon 151, by the way, I have opened some of it on my trading card game channel. I'll just post the link tree. It's just easier that way. Just scroll back a bit, you'll find it. Just go to that link and go to my channels. You'll see the trading card channel, and then once you're on there, you can scroll back a bit. You'll see 151. If you're curious to see what that set is like. Where were we? Battlefront 2 for the PSP. No game. $9. All the PSP are you. Just upgrade all your collection to original prints. No greatest hits. Johnny come throwing the greatest hits in the trash. Gotta upgrade them cases. Final Blaster for the PC Engine. $55. Final Blaster. I remind myself. Ah, yes, that game. I'm not sure I ever got around to playing this one. I think I picked that up in Japan for like next to nothing. If I played it, it wasn't for long. PS3 Slim Black console with original box, $125. Well, not bad. With the box. Hot Shots Golf Open T for the PSP. That's Johnny Come. Black DualShocks 2 controller for $80. Wow. Yeah, see, this is how expensive. If you want a brand new controller for something like the PS2, you gotta pay up. So if you ever see a PS2 controller that seems to be really good shape, cheap, just buy it. Eventually, they're just gonna get worse and worse, unless you're okay with just buying off-brand. It would be really nice to open up a brand spanking new PS2 controller, though. That feels amazing. To like use a brand new untouched controller. Twisted Metal Head-On for PSP. Sorcery Contested Realm Beta Non-Foil Unique Fire Spells. Keeping that sorcery train going every week. Namco Museum Battle Collection for the PSP. Nice and cheap, a lot of these PSP pickups. More sorcery, River of Flame sorcery, sorcery. I can't tell if this is someone that collects sorcery or if they're playing sorcery. It's probably collecting. Need for Speed Carbon. Own the City. I take it this is probably one of those Need for Speed games where it's like completely different from other releases, as it usually is on PSP. Fushigi no Yume no Alice. Oh yeah, that's a pricey one. I can't remember if I streamed this. Did I pick this up? No, I don't think I ever get around to this one. It's been a bit since I streamed some of my PC Engine games. Photography, background paper photo, backdrop board for small products. There's Dan, he's becoming a real photographer. Wait, for small product, are you taking photos to sell stuff, Dan, or something? Affiliate link market again. Yeah, I figured that might have been you, Bovine. I can't remember what kind of game this is, this Alice game. But thank you for sticking with the link, Bovine. I'm glad to see it's working again. Your pickups are always very interesting. SOCOM US Navy SEALs Fireteam Bravo. You know, I never played the PSP SOCOMs. As much as I love the PS2 SOCOMs, never bothered with the PSP. To me, SOCOM was own the noobs online, okay? Not sit there twiddling with one joystick, killing AI. Or even if you could play online, I don't care about playing co-op. And to me, SOCOM was only SOCOM if you had that PS2 controller in your hands. Not some weird, like, aim with the shoulder button. No, get that garbage out of here. PS2 or nothing. But I'm sure they were great games. Just never bothered with them. I was just so turned off. Like, I think I picked one up, and I tried to play it, and I was like, I can't do this. These controls are just, this is not SOCOM. And that was it. I never touched it again. It's like, why would I play SOCOM on PSP when I could just play SOCOM on the PS2? That kind of thing. If you were competitive, it was really hard to migrate from PS2 to PSP. And I was competitive. One of these days, I'll tell the tales of leading one of the top clans in SOCOM again. Those were the days. Feel like Sony might bring SOCOM back. Man, they better. It's so... And all they gotta do, I'm telling you, this is it. The only thing you gotta do. Forget SOCOM 3, forget everything else. SOCOM 2. Okay, you listening? SOCOM 2. That's it. Just remaster it. Upgrade the visuals. Throw it online. Charge $14.99. They'll make a ton of money. The SOCOM series was huge. All the old SOCOM players would come back. I guarantee it. They'd be back. That's it. Turn it into a free-to-play game. Cosmetic the hell out of it. Do whatever you gotta do. Yeah, SOCOM with a battle pass. Whatever they gotta... I don't care. Whatever they want to do. Season pass, battle pass. Buy cosmetics for your players. Like, I don't care. We'll be there. It's not hard. Just don't do something like, okay, buy a better camo to blend in better. Don't take it that far. Because stealth was a thing in SOCOM. Final Fantasy for the PSP. No disc, just the case. We need a game night with stream playing SOCOM 2 and X-Link Kai. Yeah, I don't think you want to play against me in SOCOM. I hate to tell you. The last time I did that, yeah, I mean, I think the VOD still exists. It may have been years since I played SOCOM, but I pick it back up pretty quick. And I got the stream for evidence. That's all I'm saying. Got it archived. But yeah, it would be fun to do SOCOM again. For sure. SOCOM 2. Not 3. 3 is where things started going downhill. But anyway, NBA Jam Tournament Edition for the PC. $10. Daxter for the PSP. Man, you upgraded a lot of PSP games, didn't you? You got Shadow Dancer complete in box at $35 at Retro Game Store. I don't think, oh, Shadow Dancer, yeah, nice. I thought you would talk, for a moment, consent, we're on like PSP. I'm like thinking of Blade Dancer in the PSP. So close in name. Batman Gotham Knight for Blu-ray. $2. Little Big Planet 3 authentic case. 15. So many cases this week. Call of Duty Road to Victory clear UMD case. Johnny Com just like practically the entire affiliate review this week. Die Hard collection for Blu-ray. Steelbook. Ape Escape on the Loose case and manual only for $2. Game Boy Color lot of mixed games. Rhino Rumble and Spider-Man. Ooh, Rhino Rumble's a cool little platformer. Very catchy music in that, if I remember it. Also super colorful. Rhino Rumble, Spider-Man, a couple of other... Yeah, I mean, the reason that the person bought this was for Rhino Rumble, no doubt. And Spider-Man. That is the price of admission here. Danganronpa, another episode. Ultra Despair Girls. $30. Oh, you got it? There you go. Nice one. Yeah, it was a fun little platformer. I really liked the music and everything. Tops. Relics Gold. Javier Hernandez, numbered to 50. Wow, pretty cheap. But then again, I guess for serialized cards with sports, it's probably... Unless you're getting like a number to 5 or something, it's probably pretty cheap. Thank you, everybody, also known as Johnny Com and Bovine, for your pickups with the affiliate link for January 5th to the 11th. Once again, if you want your stuff to show up on my affiliate reviews every week during my eBay streams, if you're on the YouTube side, you can either use my link tree to access my affiliate links for various regions, including US. It's in my video and stream descriptions. Twitch, it is on my About section, and of course the eBay command that you can use. SOCOM would never... Well, then again, I mean, if SOCOM really needed to do collabs to come back and be successful, whatever, do what they gotta do. As long as it maintains the original feel of SOCOM. This has got to be one of the worst photos I've seen of this thing. This is what you chose for your cover photo? That should have been the cover photo. Box is pretty banged up. So everything PS3 will become expensive. The console? I think the backwards compatible ones will continue to be very desirable in the future. Especially because speedrunners actually a lot of times specifically look for backwards compatible PS3s to play their PS2 games. And that will continue to dry up supply as time goes on. For like good working ones. Will they be playing Crack Remaster? Depends when it comes out, I don't know the release date. Or like, it might even be out right now, I don't know. But yeah, I mean it's not on my current radar to play. I never really played much Croc, so could be fun. This is a great PS1 import. One of the best, actually. Some of you on Twitch may remember when I used to stream this. Gear Fighter Dendo. Back when I used to stream it, it was like $10 to $15. This is a side-scrolling mech action game. Very fun combo system. Great flow to the combat. The boss battles are 3D engine, like kind of fighting game. And then the game is side-scrolling action beat-em-up outside. Really good game. If you're able to play PS1 imports and you do not have this game, gets my highest recommendation. So I will link this. Gear Fighter Dendo. Who's putting out Croc Remastered? For the physical? Almost, it's got to be available digitally anyway, right? Yeah. If a niche scene is big enough and the supply isn't quite there, it can definitely dry up accessories and stuff required. Raise the price. GameCube controllers, you can thank the Smash community for making those as expensive as they can be now. Pokemon Crystal is ending in 3 minutes. Anybody need the link? I'm sure there's many of you that need a $700+ copy of this game, right? See what this ends for. Let's take some guesses. You think this is going to go up at all? I don't know what complete box copies of this are going for right now. My guess is going to be it ends at 833. I'm going to say, oh, the reserve is not met. It's got the peacock effect going on, so it's got all the pamphlets. So I'm just going to say 833. Throw out your guesses. Let's see if anybody's spot on. I mean, it might not even go up. It's got a reserve, so some people might be like, forget it. Did we check up on Susie? She sold a bunch more games that seems to have taken down all of her active listings. That's good. That means that maybe eBay contacted Susie. Yeah, that was very scammy what was going on there from last week. You'd get the box on AliExpress and call it a day, yeah. And you know what the sad part is? The box on there would probably be pretty good too. Are any of you out there Game Boy Color collectors? Like, I don't know, there just never really seems to be too many people super interested in Game Boy Color. How many of you would be interested in a Game Boy Color collection video? Because I can make that a lower goal with this factor stuff. If we hit like 12 signups, I would do my full Game Boy Color collection. And my Game Boy Color collection is all complete in box. So if that's interesting to you, it's an extra little incentive to eat some... What was that fish? Barramundi? You still got a few days to get that Barramundi. I will say, though, they make you pay a few extra dollars to get it, but to me it was worth it. Is there more? Well, you know, we can trickle in some lower ones here and there. Make it easier to push towards the main one with PS2. Well, just to put it to you this way, I own about half of the North American library of Game Boy Color. Because I stopped actively collecting once I hit about the halfway point. Ooh, the snipe, but they couldn't hit the reserve. 730. That was very anticlimactic. How many do I own? Whatever half of the North American library is, around that number. I think it's like, I can't remember how many US ones. It's like 700 something, I think. Yeah, reserves are... You do not want to put a reserve on your auction. It actually pushes people away from bidding. If I see a reserve, I don't even bother. I just move on. So, yeah, just a tip. Do not put reserves on your auctions. If there's a certain amount you want, guess what? Start your listing at that price. Otherwise, get out of auctions and just do buy it now. I don't understand why reserves are still a thing on eBay. Wow, that looks like lightning almost from 13. Quickly from a distance. Right? Doesn't it look like lightning if she was like a few decades older? You could see it in the hair. What a crazy box though. Look at the dinosaur back there. I love these kind of covers. Yeah, if lightning joined, if there was a lightning, I mean, I guess there was like a 13 too. But if they like if lightning joined a band like Yuna, Riku, and Pain did, I think she looks something like that. See if anybody knows where this music is from. It's an obscure one. Xbox One is so cheap to collect for. Yep. Xbox One is a gold mine if you are into, you know, if you're into the PS4 generation of games and okay with picking up your multi-platforms on Xbox One, it's pretty cheap to collect for. I did a video talking about it. Like what I think the future collecting for that thing is going to be like. Yeah, if you're into the PS3 games that had huge print runs, stuff like Little Big Planet, Uncharted, Last of Us, yeah, dirt cheap right now. But you know that kind of stuff, I don't really ever see games like Little Big Planet or Uncharted 2 or Last of Us going up because a lot of those games have been made, except for Little Big Planet, but a lot of those games have been made widely available in more recent ways. HD remasters, what have you. Little Big Planet was printed into oblivion too, so that game will probably be cheap for a very long time. But it's better to get it dirt cheap right now and not have to worry about the potential of what may happen in the future. That was Guardian Crusade on the PS1. Yeah, I had my fun with Little Big Planet 1, but after that, I don't know, I didn't like 2 as much, probably because I didn't really want to dedicate time to making a level again. And then 3, I don't even think I bothered playing 3. I was just like so done with Little Big Planet by then. Love these bootlegs. What the hell? Oh, okay. I thought that was part of the box. Man, I hate to tell this person, but it may not be the best idea to put the Facebook logo before your username if it's Art Gamers, because then it looks like Fart Gamers. That's seriously what I thought it was at first. So it's King of Fighters, but as a strategy game. Interesting. That is something. Gotta love these bootlegs. Unfortunately, though, to play these, you can't just pop them into a Game Boy or a. I tried. I actually own like a couple of these carts. You can't put this into like a Game Boy Advance player. It doesn't fit. You gotta use like some special knockoff console. It's pretty awkward. $60. Oh, manual and cases only. Out of the Hedgehog. $20 shipping. Yeah, okay. $20 to ship that. This is one of the most obnoxious looking cases I've ever seen. This is what your Platinum games look like in Australia? Wow. My condolences. The silver case, yeah. I mean, I can kind of get behind the silver case a little bit. But the rest of it it does not go. It does not go. PS2 lot, tested games 21. This is looking like a fantastic lot. Be perfect for the PS2 wheel. Oh, one of my favorite songs. Some pretty cheap Japanese games ending soon tonight. This one here is pretty good. Streamed this one a few years ago, I think. Super about shooting. This is like an on rails, pretty basic. Like I think it's the one where you're like behind the back, if I remember it. Yeah, it's like 3D. It's like a Mega Boost kind of, But if you're a fan of these, I'm not going to pretend to know all the robots that are here, but it's got a little bit of everything. It's got Gundam in there too. Definitely, it's worth bidding on if you bid on a few other things. Take a look what they got. Because the shipping's $12. That's about it. It's really the only notable game. Everything else here is either gonna be unplayable. I don't know about this One Piece game though. Or it's already out in the US. Kind of thing. Tabal. Yeah, unfortunately that's like the only one worth bidding on. Maybe we'll see another Maximo game, now that Capcom's getting all experimental, you know? It's possible. Never know. Tricky search, oh, yeah. Tricky one to search for frozen moments under art sculptures. I have no idea what that's about to be. Probably some kind of Marvel statues or something new and tricky. Nope, it is apparently like food collectibles. That's one of the oddest things I've ever seen. Something out there for everybody. If you ever needed a frozen in time pasta spaghetti fork art sculpture, well, have I got good news for you. Gotta say though, that the sauce is looking pretty real. That is pretty convincing. Look at that foam. Past obsession of yours? You collected these at one time? The foam is pretty convincing. They're pretty expensive too now. These aren't cheap. Built melting ice cream? Wow. Are we sure that this isn't like real spilt melting ice cream and then they just like preserved it in some way? Because that's looking pretty real. Look at the level of detail on that. That's crazy. Man. Oh, this is the collector's edition right here. You know how like first four figures will have like the normal statue and then they'll have like the super exclusive light up version? Well, that's this, but with a bigger plate of spaghetti. spilled glass of tea. These are, yeah, they're impressive looking. Certainly an interesting thing to collect. Do you have a favorite one, Tricky? The lo mein. I love that detail though, where they get the sauce on the container. I still can't believe, like, honestly, these things look so convincing. Is the material, like, this has got to be made out of cardboard, right? There's no way that isn't. Interesting. So pricey. Yeah, it's very, very, very niche. Resin. Man, that is some impressive looking resin. Plastic, ceramic, glue, and foam. Wow, they do a really good job making that look real. Someone's collecting those, yep. Yeah, get them graded with water. Well, we were shit talking Assassin's Creed from Australia, so it's back. Rainbow Six. I don't know, I just don't like the letterboxing going on here, because the rating thing is already big enough as it is. So then when you further letterbox it here, it just looks so weird. But I kind of like the red and the yellow a little bit more on this one. It's not as bad as Assassin's Creed. What is Ghost Hunter going for these days? One of the few remaining PS2 horror games I gotta stream at some point. This game went up and then came way back down, and I don't think it's ever really gone back up. Helena Kramer? Manhunt missing manual going for 28 plus shipping. Game has been creeping up over time, hasn't it? Despite there being a PS4 version. Let's check out some Game Boy Color since we were talking about it earlier. Okay, let me do this. We'll do the real search. How is it only giving me... I might have to take that out. Oh, I'm under auction, that's why. That's one of the funniest covers ever. The one where it's like a box within a box for Dawn of Sorrow. Looney Tunes alert, $22. A little bit of flapware up here. This is one of those cool Game Boy Color boxes. It's actually like got a foil effect to it. And the font and like the graphics kind of like pop off the box with the embossing, whatever they call the effects. But the torn stickers here, this kind of stuff. If this was the seller, like never do this. Just leave the stickers on there. Leave it up to the buyer to decide what they want to do with it. Why do Suffering games get cut every month? Something's got to get cut, right? I mean, the game is called The Suffering. You gotta make people suffer for a reason. For the wait. The Sam Tower game is pretty good. I remember enjoying that quite a lot. Pretty elaborate Game Boy Color game. More in depth than you would think. Really good graphics too, if I remember it. Really big sprites. This is a great game. Dragon Dance. If I remember right. Yeah, I think I enjoyed this one. Grinch. I forget what game the Grinch was based on, but it's like a carbon copy of a different game. But in the US, they made it into the Grinch. Streamed this many years ago. Yeah, it's a stealth game. I don't remember if I liked or disliked this game though. My memory's kind of cloudy on it. Good old Spawn. Once upon a time I used to speedrun this game. It was actually a really good speedrun. I came up with a lot of the techniques that the person that eventually beat my world record, they credited me for, at least. which was nice of them. When they got their world record and they did commentary for it, they actually thanked me for coming up with a lot of the strategies. And there's some pretty advanced strategies in this game. Very difficult game. It gets really tedious towards the end. You can watch my speedruns of that. I don't think I have them on YouTube though. If you play this game on a Game Boy Advance player, it takes away voices. There's actually full voice acting in this game, believe it or not, on Game Boy Color. If you play this on a Game Boy Color, you get the voice acting. If you play it on Game Boy Advance player, I'm not sure about other devices. I think on the analog there's no voices as well. But if you play it on a Game Boy Color, it will have voices. Yeah, if you like Spawn, it's actually a pretty cool game. All the characters, voice acting, cutscenes. It's pretty decent. This is a good game. Actually has very impressive isometric style graphics. It's like a little fun toy box mission-based game. That is the only version of that Spawn, just Game Boy Color. And that is it. Here's a bootleg. Check out that cover though. Pretty cool cover. For Digimon 7 Devil Adventure, Taiwan. And just a random Charizard behind the Digimon. And a Zubat, because why not? God, I love these knockoffs. What game are they knocking off here? Kind of looks like... That looks like Mario Brothers 1-1. Right? Am I going crazy here? That is totally Mario 1-1. Here's the jump, right? Oh god, we got to read this. Look at that. Man. Look at all that lore. Bika conquered all kinds of difficulties and saw his sister finally. He could not help rushing at Sandy. Suddenly Sandy became a smoke and disappeared. What on earth the challenge should Bika fare up to? Blue sky, white cloud, blue sea, the sun perfused sunshine on the earth. Little Dinosaur and his sister were rowing a boat leisurely in the sea. A fitful thunder were sent from far away. The clear sky became overcast slowly. The gale rolled up billows. Lightning thrilled through the sky. The fabaceous raindrop, and they're bringing out the big words, landed on the earth. All of this psyched out the little dinosaur and his sister. He hurried row the boat to the bank. Okay, I'm pretty invested. We gotta keep reading. As a thunder, the lightning emblazed the gloomy world. You know, I just remembered something that AI is going to take away from us. Amazing bootleg back-of-the-box descriptions like this. May they rest in peace. At this moment, his sister disappeared into thin air. Oh no. Little Dinosaur's heart became cold, seemed to be doing a cup of ice-cold water. Okay. The coldly laughter of the devil and his sisters, without an E, cry, sisters' cry for help were sent from the air. Little Dinosaur looked upward. He saw the devil hold his sister under duress, flew away. His eyes were full of enmity. Man, this is getting intense. He must rescue his sister and kill the devil, but he must suffer the difficult journey, the airtight room tunnel, and the trap were intimidated his life on the journey. Say nothing of countless monsters were encumbered him. But if he could get some similia that made his body stronger to increase his action ability. The hope of the success would be larger. The storm stopped slowly. The Lobloli sprayed all around. No idea what that is. He stride firmly toward the hell step by step. And there's Charmander. Wow. That might be the greatest story for a Game Boy Color game I've ever seen. Oh yeah, you boot up the game and it's probably got a completely different story, if anything. There might not be anything in the game. This Rugrat game has gone up in price so much in such a short period of time. This used to be like a $10 game. I don't know what happened. It's not like the Rugrats really had anything happen, right? No kind of like resurge. It's a pretty hard one to get complete in box. Dracula Crazy Vampire. It's actually much easier to get it now. Back in the day, you can go months without this game showing up complete in box. Half a year. Now it's way easier. Yeah, but I don't think that new Rugrats game would do anything to older games. I do want to play this. This looks really good, this Obi-Wan game. Rayman 2, very hard to find. The funny thing with Rayman 2 on the Game Boy Color, the box art is actually almost identical to Rayman on the Game Boy Color. The only difference is they made the box red and put a number 2. Super lazy. One of the most lazy things you'll ever see for box art. "12-hour streams." I never really used to do 12-hour streams. You're probably just thinking of the one-off streams I used to do with like Sonic R or Tariba or something. I don't think anybody was really searching for the new Rugrats game though. That game was very under the radar. I think it's just people's nostalgia kicking in for Rugrats. One of the all-time bests. Unsuspecting. Polaris Snowcross. Yeah, maybe Dark Cloud streams. But yeah, no 12-hour streams. This is probably one of the most difficult Game Boy Color games to get a hold of. Complete. Space Marauder. Goes for a lot of money just because, you know, it's one of the few shoot-'em-up style games on the console. So of course that means it's gotta be expensive, right? Anybody need a sewing machine for their Game Boy Color? I love if the colors match. You even get a little bit of authentic mold with it. A little bit of black and brownish tan variety. PAL box, huh? It's like the PAL box had a little bit more of a blue hue to it. I don't mind it. Just Game Boy Color Bomberman any good? Are you talking about... There's a couple different ones. One of them is like a Zelda game. Bomberman Quest. If you like Zelda, you should definitely check that one out. Do I own the CDI and the 3DO? Of course. Would I not own two of the greatest consoles of all time? Absolutely. This game was pretty good. I only played a little bit of this. It was pretty difficult, this Aliens Thanatos encounter game. It seemed pretty intense. If you're an Aliens fan, it's definitely worth looking into. Yeah, the Sonic 3 movie, for sure. I think a lot of people prefer it over the first two. Oh, look, see? Remember I mentioned Rayman 2 box? Well, look, it's the same box. All they did was change the green to red and put a 2. So lazy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. Was it some kind of Blu-ray coming out for the seasons? I've never really watched Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I watched a few episodes when I was younger, but yeah, I was more Pokemon than Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, it's all the Game Boy Advance games. Oh, that's right, they did show something like that, didn't they? Yeah, that was a pretty big compilation. Anybody want to pay $170 just for the discs or disc of Sonic Adventure 2?
Capcom has entered the special zone.
This is the gun that I had for House of the Dead. This Mad Cat's gun. They had a bonus CD shaped like that? Okay, I was gonna say. It's pretty crazy. People are comparing the Switch 2 to the Wii U. I think people just need to be patient and wait and see what the games are and what the gimmicks are. Something feels so wrong about a yellow GameCube or a Dreamcast controller with a nice, cleaner looking console. Just makes the controller look so much worse. Yeah, just go find the matching yellow system, exactly. Alright, let's do special zone for Mecha Kong. So here is the special zone cart. I will search one page of Sega on eBay, and if it has at least 10 Sonic games or merch items, Mecha Kong gets a free pack. So let's see if Mecha Kong will be a winner tonight. I think we came really close last time, right? Alright, let's go to page 7 for Mecha Kong. We'll give him the lucky number. We'll stay on best match. Alright, 10 Sonic items. It's not off to a good start. Alright, needs to be clearly visible, but you can see Sonic 2 here, so I'll give you that one. We don't look through lots, right? Like, so if it's a busy lot, if it's something that makes me click into it to see if something's in there, we don't look through those, but I don't see Sonic here anyway. Oh boy. 2. 3. 4. Catching up. 5. 6. You could still pull it out. But those sponsored ones at the bottom. No. That's it. Plasma Sword? A Dreamcast game? Man, I have no idea on the price of Plasma Sword, actually. So I'll have to take a guess, and that is why it's called The Price is Right. Never played Plasma Sword. Don't know the price history on Plasma Sword. I know it's not a super expensive game. I'm gonna say... I feel like somewhere in the realm of 35 to 40. I don't know why that's calling out to me. I was a little low. Like I said, not an expensive one. Looks like it's about 50 to 60. Here's one that went for 40. But I wouldn't say 40 seems to be out of the ordinary. 50 to 60 seems like the price for this game. There's a few that went for 40, but it's definitely not often. Yeah, I never played Plasma Sword. Don't own this game. People are selling used phones because they had Flappy Bird on them. I actually don't remember that. You ever need a break from playing games? I always feel like there's something out there. I don't think I ever need a break from him entirely. You just gotta find something that... Like, just find a good time-absorbing MMORPG or some mobile game or something, right? If you're ever struggling with needing breaks from games. What do you do to take a break from playing video games? Play games, obviously. Just maybe something a little different. Anybody need some Seaman? Keychain, that is. I do look forward to the day where I'm finally able to play Seaman for the first time. What are my thoughts on Stardew Valley? I'll let you know when I play it. Yeah, I never really wanted to touch Stardew Valley. I like my farming games to be very simple. I like old school Harvest Moon games. I don't really venture too far outside of that. I don't like games where, like, you can do too much. Stardew Valley is like one of those lose your life to it kind of games. I'm sure it's great, but yeah, I just never played it. Don't plan to either. Don't count out Sonic Shuffle, by the way. I know this is like a black sheep of the Sonic series. I was so impressed by this game when I revisited it years ago. Because I remember renting this and I was disappointed with it. I remember being disappointed. I'm like, man, this is nowhere near as good as Mario Party. But oh my goodness, the AI in this game is crazy. Forget the minigames. Sonic Shuffle is all about what happens on the game board. With the cards, you like actually have to count cards to play this game. The AI are cheating bastards too. They're really good. So cheap. But if you actually play this, pay very close attention to the card system outside of the minigames, and I think you'll have a lot of fun with it. There's so many advanced strategies you can do if you're like keeping track and counting cards. All I'll say is just give it a second chance. Especially if you play against friends or something, and then you try and keep track of each other's cards. I'm sure you can have a lot of fun. Probably one of the best bangs for your buck you can get on Dreamcast. Blue Stinger is just so hilarious. If you consider yourself a fan of survival horror games and you have somehow still not played this, it's essential. Just for the comedy of it. Hello, Gabriella, am I right? Is Blue Stinger considered a Christmas game? You could definitely turn it into a Christmas game for sure. It's got enough of the theme in there. 67 Dreamcast games for the low price of $3,500. Bunch of disc-only games, really? Wait, are they just showing the... They're just showing the discs? What are they doing here? I just don't understand how some people can list something, expect $3,500 for it, and provide pictures like this. Seriously, like... Do you take a look at your listing? Is that a copy of D2? Oh, they have D2. Okay, all is forgiven. It's upside down. I'm sure they have a very robust descriptive description. Well, it's better than nothing. Boy, would I put in more work. If I, man, I don't know how. If I put up something on eBay for thousands of dollars, I'd be trying to make that look like the best listing you've ever seen. You were always jealous of Sonic as a Super Nintendo kid. That must have been pretty hard to deal with, right? It's like as a kid, okay, you got Super Nintendo, you can't have everything, but you were super jealous of seeing friends with Sonic or seeing Sonic ads. You're like, man, I want to go fast. And all those years later, you finally could. Dreamcast magazine was so legendary. This thing was a godsend when you first got the console. There was something really fun about like getting a new console and then having a magazine dedicated to keeping you excited for what games are coming for it. We just, we don't really get that experience anymore. At least dedicated like Dreamcast magazine. Issue 3. I remember looking through this one a lot. You'll Love Art Dreamcast Christmas. And the demo discs are so good. Wow, I don't think I ever had issue 0. Oh wait, this is... Oh yeah, it is the official Dreamcast. They changed the font type a little bit. Yeah, I never had issue 0. Yes, I want to get 1 year, 6 issues, and 6 discs for official Dreamcast magazine for only $14.99. God, the savings. A savings of 69%. Yes. Get a disc with every issue. So this is before Dreamcast even launched, I'm assuming. Shenmue, Sonic Adventure. RPG news featuring Climax Landers. So that must have been like the pre-release name of whatchamacallit? Time Stalkers would be my guess, right? And Grandia 2. Arcade Crazy Taxi, Dreamcast World, reporters from Japan, Europe, plus import news. Blue Stinger creator confesses all on the DCM couch. The game that changes everything revealed. Honestly, the Shenmue did revolutionize a lot of things with storytelling, like what you would expect from a storytelling interaction, like interacting in a storytelling game. Dreamcast 101, all you need to know, it's the next best thing to owning one. Sonic returns, but is it all you hoped for? For some people, it wasn't. But for some of us, it absolutely was. You forgot to mention the PS5 version of Jack 1 does not have the input issue. Yeah, that'll be a really good version to play. I will check out the PS5 version of Jack for sure. Thank you for confirming. Dreamcast Nation, how to get online with Dreamcast. Man, that's the one regret I have. Never going online with the Dreamcast. I don't know anybody that went online with the Dreamcast personally from like my personal life. I never knew anybody. That must have been crazy to go online with that thing. Must have been so much fun. We show you how to beat the clock and the Benz and Cigarelli. God, what a great magazine. Look at this thing. But you know what? Getting older. If I ever went back to play the Dreamcast, I might have to pick up a controller like this. Nothing against the Dreamcast controller, I love the look, but man is that thing uncomfortable to play with for long periods of time. Very uncomfortable. Do you have a Switch 2 reaction video? I don't. But I can do one for you right now in real time. Wow, look at it. Alright, now wait until April 2nd for the games. There you go. I am very excited for the Switch 2. But I'm excited to see the games for Switch 2 thing, you know? Unfortunately, the reveal of Switch 2 was absolutely destroyed. Like, unless you were living under a rock, you knew what that thing was going to look like and some of the things it was going to do. It's kind of hard to avoid it. At this point, I'm just waiting for the games. That's all I'm waiting for. I gotta say, though, the funniest thing that I saw posted online to come out of the Switch 2 reveal, somebody posted online, I thought it was pretty funny. In the trailer, when they show the Joy-Cons, like, racing on a table, they said, wow, look at that, the Joy-Cons are drifting. I was like, man, that's good. That is good. Because, you know, Joy-Cons with their drift and everything, I thought it was super clever. I think that, honestly, I think the most interesting part of that entire trailer was the Joy-Cons drifting on the table, because that gets your mind thinking a little bit, like, okay, when I'm playing Mario Kart 9, are they going to give a control? You know how, like, I'm using tilt controls. Is it going to be I'm using mouse controls or cursor controls? So instead of using the controller, you're going to have, like, little Billy there with his Joy-Con, like, slipping and sliding all over the table to race in Mario Kart 9. So instead of saying I'm using tilt controls, you can be like, I'm slipping and sliding, or whatever they're gonna, you know, I'm sure Nintendo's gonna come up with some weird ass name for that cursor thing. Will the mouse option be for Wii games? If Nintendo can find a way to monetize it on Nintendo Online, I wouldn't even... If you can use it as a cursor for Wii games, yeah. I could see them totally... potentially doing something with that. For their first-party games. Because they're going to really try and get people to sign up for Nintendo Online memberships, so... You never know. Pay for Nintendo Online and you can play some Wii games or something. I think there's going to be a lot of games that utilize 2 Joy-Cons, though. So, like, you'll put them down on the surface on a table in front of you or something. And I actually think... Because think about this, right? Not everybody has... Think about it for a second. If they seriously want you to put your Joy-Con down on a table to play certain games and treat it like a mouse, not everybody has a setup in their game room on the couch with a table in front of them where they can comfortably play. So I think Nintendo is possibly going to sell an accessory, sort of like, you know, those TV trays that you put on to like eat TV dinners or something. They're going to sell something like that where you can like sit it on your couch or wherever you're playing. Maybe something that like clips onto a chair in some way, where you get like a little desk in front of you to slip and slide your Joy-Cons. Or maybe it's going to just be something like that you unfold and it's just like a little mat that you can put the Joy-Con controllers on. Maybe something small and cheap included with the console. Very cheap. And then something a little more elaborate that they sell as a accessory. Because I don't know about you guys, but unless you're streaming games, you're most likely not going to have a nice little table set up right in front of you to use a feature like that. So, I feel, you know, there could be some things they got up their sleeve. They're totally, yes, that is right. They're totally about to try and sell you a like $50 piece of plastic board to use on your Joy-Cons. I'm very excited to see what goes on with the cursor stuff. Yeah, but not everybody's gonna have, because not everybody's gonna have a table that's high enough to comfortably do something like that. Right? When you play PC games, what are you doing? You're sitting at a desk. You got a nice waist-high table that you can like comfortably use a mouse on. It's not going to be the same in everybody's living room, so I would imagine they will have some kind of accessory if the mouse stuff is really going to be integral to the experience. And I think they'll make it optional, because some people will have a nice setup, or they'll be like, man, screw that, I'm not spending $40 on some Nintendo-branded mat. So they'll make it optional. They'll probably give you something super simple in the box. Temporary kind of thing that you just put on your lap, and then something more elaborate. That's my guess, that's my theory. Let's see if I'm right. Because that trailer with those Joy-Cons racing around, I mean, you gotta... If they're gonna actually have you doing stuff like that, like really moving that thing around in big sweeping motions, you better have the space for that. Not everybody has the space for that. So they might sell you on something. Switch 2 is my guess would be 400, yeah. Anything more than that seems like too expensive for Nintendo. Anything below that just seems too good to be true. 400 seems right. Works with all fishing games. There are a lot of them on the Wii. This one's tricked out in gold and everything. There was one Japanese Wii fishing game that came with a rod like this. Or no, that was a Switch game actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, it looked like a Wii game. I can never remember the name of it though. It was exclusive to Japan, if I remember right. It looked really cool, very arcadey. Yeah, but think about it from Nintendo's perspective. Do they want you using a lap board and buying a lap board from some random company for like PCs, or do they want to charge you 30, 40, 50 plus dollars for their branded one? Nintendo sees where the money is. See what happens. What the? This is definitely a seller that has been screwed over by eBay in some way. I have never seen anything like this before. And somehow I bet you this isn't even against their terms of service. They have definitely had something happen that did not go in their favor. I mean, if it's that bad, just sell on Mercari. So hypocritical. If it sucks that much, just go to a different selling platform. It's like, yeah, okay, we realize that eBay, you know, it's got some problems, but this is... I have never seen anything like this before. eBay sucks, but you continue to sell your $300 plushes, right? When you sell one of those, it doesn't suck. Yeah, the fees suck, but I mean, you're still making money. Did eBay suck when you sold all these items? I don't know. They sure seem to be doing alright. Well, Wii U prices. If you've ever wanted to collect Wii U games or pick up some of the games you needed, these are definitely all-time lows. I've never seen prices like this. We talked about this last week or the week before, or whatever it was. Very low, all-time lows for some of these games. Game & Wario. Especially Paper Mario. Paper Mario going for like 35 bucks. Used to be like 70, 60, 70. It was in the 50-ish range for a while, like for the last year. But before that was 60, 70, and now it's down to like 35, 40. Have you ever played Enter the Gungeon? I have not, no. If something like that came out back in like the 360 arcade days, I probably would have been all over it, but... Because that's like a dual stick shooter kind of game, right? Rare Wii U lot, great condition. With a bunch of the more sought after games, except for whatever this Academy game is. No idea what that is. Ivy the Kiwi, super good. Did a review on that back in the day. Silent Hill, a fraction of the cost of the PS2 version on Wii. Sega Fun Pack. Wow, this has got to be super rare. I've never seen this before. A Holy Grail. Here you go, for you Wii collectors out there. This is considered a Holy Grail right here. Sega Fun Pack. With Sonic and the Secret Rings and Monkey Ball. Now, what this should have been was Sonic and the Secret Rings and Black Knight. That would have been a cool combo pack. Just a sleeve, doesn't matter. Wii collectors are desperate to grasp onto anything new that they haven't seen before. Sometimes those cardboard sleeve limited edition kind of things go for a lot of money. Yeah, you are paying for the slipcover, that is right. Something similar happened on the GameCube where like there's a one for Sonic Adventure. Where it's like, I think it's like the Sonic Adventure and Sonic 2 Battle, maybe it was, I think. They bundled them together in a cardboard box and it goes for big money. Let me see if I can find it. GameCube Sonic Adventure. Yeah, that should be good enough. And then I just sort by highest first. See if there's, yeah, here it is. So, once again with this, you are paying for the cardboard box, and that is it. Everything else is the same. So don't play around with them cardboard boxes and video game collectors, boy. They are out for blood. Look at that. Limited edition with torn cardboard and the super, super annoying circular tape seals. Ooh, man, it did a number to that box too. Looks like it's the only one on here. Let's see if any have sold. Yeah, there's still a lot of cheap Wii stuff out there that is desirable. So here's one that sold for $9.50. It is pretty rare. I think that is about the going rate for this right now. You could probably still get it cheaper, depending on condition. But they pop up so infrequently that people that list it may not know what the sales history has been on it. You want to get a curated Wii collection? Well, a good place to start is your local trash bin. You might be able to find some stuff in there. Let's play cheapo Wii games. I really stand by the Sonic storybook games. A lot of people wrote those off, and like maybe you tried them and didn't like them, but I think going back to Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight, you can have a lot of fun with those games, and they're dirt cheap. You just gotta treat them like an arcadey on-rails game, something like akin to what you'd find on the Dreamcast, just with motion controls that take some time getting used to. But if you really sit down and try and learn the controls, don't be overly exaggerated with your movements, just do very small, precise movements. Those games are really fun. I think you'll actually really enjoy them. The small, precise movement is more so for Sonic and the Secret Rings. Black Knight's a little different because you got the attacks and stuff, but Sonic and the Secret Rings, if you just really try and sit down and instead of doing like overly exaggerated Wii movements that we all used to do back in the day, you just like finesse the movement. And you'll be like, wow, this actually controls way more accurately than I remember. How did I come to that conclusion? Because one time I tried to speedrun Secret Rings, and I had to learn how to get good at the controls, and I just brute forced figuring out the motion controls and like what it expected, sensitivity. Once you give it some time, it's really good. Like way more accurate than you think it'll be. Look, Katse. Curse Mountain worth it? Yes, that's a good one. Yeah, I think Curse Mountain isn't too expensive. But if you're a survival horror fan, Curse Mountain's great. One of the best atmospheres I've played in a horror game. Like super atmospheric. This is more atmospheric horror. Yeah, so this is a nice and cheap. There is a steelbook version, but you can watch the bonus content on YouTube. It's like a little making of documentary, so you don't have to get this. But yeah, essential for survival horror fans. And if I remember right, the motion controls in this actually weren't that bad either. I say essential, it's not like that amazing. But in terms of, there's a PC version of this if I remember right, but it's the only console version is on Wii. It's just something different. If you feel like you've played everything in the survival horror genre, but you still haven't played this, it's worth looking into. Ugh. I don't think anybody was really playing Marvel Snap anymore anyway. May it rest in peace. Get on Pokemon TCG Pocket. New expansion about to drop soon by the end of the month. Cannot wait for that. Game needs new cards. Drastically needs new cards. See what the highest selling Wii games are. Somebody bought Michael Jackson for the Wii, but they failed to realize. Man, I hope they realized that the shipping was $6,077. Maybe they bought like the body of Michael Jackson or something, right? Like, what's the shipping? What's being delivered here? You know, this could be a bit of a scam when you think about it, because not everybody. You know, some people have a lot of money, and they may not pay attention to what they're buying and what they're spending. Like, maybe they're just hoping that this person that buys this does not realize that they just got charged $6,000. You know, I'm sure most of their stuff, either that or it's just an earnest mistake because this person has 4,000 feedback. So I think there might have been a typo in here. It's not like it's an account with like 3 feedback. It's can I post a link? I think it's actually a mistake. says free shipping for you. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's their way of saying, hey, if you're outside Canada, I'm not shipping to you. But they can't figure out how to, like, not ship to the US. So they just make the shipping so ridiculous. That's pretty funny. I've never seen that before. Band Hero for $630 for Wii. Man. Rock Band, $570. People are not playing around with these Rock Band setups anymore. It's so expensive. Alright, here you go. Here's your holy grail for the Wii. If you're a Wii collector, this is what you have to look forward to, is the rarest game. Veggie World. Wow. Exciting. What's the craziest thing I've ever spent money on? Probably my sealed Sonic SpaghettiOs. Still sealed. Don't think I want to know what the inside of that looks like. Come on, I want to see like the actual Wii games, not these Rock Band bundles. I don't want to filter it out at this point either. Just jump a few pages ahead. You've been looking for the vintage chibi Sonic keychain you posted 14 years ago? Oh, I know what one you're talking about. Well, if I ever come across it again, I'll let you know. I don't think it's that rare. See if anybody's using the right keywords. This guy? I think that's the one you're talking about. There's another one. Another one. The Japanese sellers seem to have banded together, though, in terms of not letting you get it cheap. Taiwan Vintage 1980s Amy. Yeah, this is a bootleg. They're bootlegging based off of the Sonic the Fighters keychains that came out of Japan. They're attempting to emulate that style. It's not a bad attempt, honestly. They're attempting this style right here. That's it. Sonic the Fighters keychain. Here's another one. Another one. Bootleg. It's actually a really good bootleg. It's too bad it's a bootleg. That's the actual Amy. It's so hard to find vintage Amy merch that has her original outfit with the green shirt. I have some extremely rare OG Amy stuff. I have a statue of this Amy design from Japan. Like a vintage statue. It's definitely one of my favorite things that I have for Amy. This was always like my favorite Amy figure that they made. These are so crazy overpriced though. I actually had like a whole bunch of these. I used to sell these for like next to nothing, like 10 bucks a pop. It's actually a pencil topper. Some of them were pencil toppers. Maybe this one was converted into a keychain, but if you look on the back, Okay, so this was actually a keychain one. There's another one where there's a hole right here. I know. It looked just as you would imagine, but she had a hole here. And then you would stick the pencil up there. I had a lot of those. I used to sell them for like next to nothing. Man, Sonic knockoff plushes though. They definitely hit different. Seems like a great time to be into the Wii. Because, I mean... well, that's sealed. The Wii has so few actually expensive games. Even with all the great exclusives, I mean, it's actually... You struggle to find... Even Rhythm Heaven, these are still sealed copies. I think Wii games, for the most part, pretty much cap out at like $150 to $200 for some of the... Not including the silly, like, veggie games. That stuff is ridiculous. Talking about games that people actually want. You only go for that veggie game if you're actually a completionist and you want every Wii game. Wii will be your next one. Wii's a good one. My shelf of curated Wii games is it's pretty good. It's got a good amount of games on there that are worth it. Disney Sing 200. That was most likely just a sealed copy. Sealed copies will raise the price dramatically. Coraline. I don't understand the hype behind these Coraline games being so expensive. It's like, are the Coraline fans really just that rabid? I don't get it. It's the game's not supposed to be that amazing, right? So it's just gotta be niche fan base. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that before. Look at the box sets Japan got for these. House of the Dead 2 and 3 and Overkill. Hello, kid. Remember the first Sonic memorabilia you'd ever seen was a plastic figure filled with gum in the 90s. Honestly, that was one of the first things I ever got for Sonic as well, and what I loved about it was I treated it like a figure, like a lot of people probably did. That was one of the most common things to find for Sonic back in the day. Finding one sealed is pretty uncommon. There was also this that had gum in the shape of a Game Gear. This is the one you're talking about here. Common for him to miss his hand, though. It's just a piece of rubber that can fall off. You can actually get him brand new and sealed. I think this was his original packaging. Yeah, there he is inside. Inside the bag. Brand new and sealed. But one of the most common things to find for Sonic back in the day. Sonic merchandise back in the day was actually pretty limited. You pretty much had this gum container, and then of course the Cal toy plushes. If you had something Sonic the Hedgehog merch related back in the day, it was almost certainly this. By far the most overproduced. There's nearly 1,000 results on eBay. Sonic and Tails Cal toy. Now these came in different sizes, and one of them was actually talking as well. So you could have had one of 3 different sizes. There was a small one, there was a medium, and then there was a large. Not all these are Cal toy. Actually, it looks like there's not many Cal toys on here right now. They're just filling in search results for their stuff. Tails looks hilarious. Listen, he looks way better than the one that people in the UK got. The UK one looks like some kind of mutant. Alright, so I just want you to look at this Tails, okay? Cute. kind of accurate to the character. Now let me see if I can find you his ugly little brother. Hopefully someone's got him on here. Here he is. Now you can try and make the argument that he looks better. No. Not a chance. This one all the way. Look at... Come on. Okay, maybe this one's like a little bit closer to the in-game character. It's just so interesting to see how it was interpreted in the UK and the US. Look at that. Which one do you guys prefer? American version? UK version. Yeah, the feet are very long, elongated. And there's been some crazy Tails plushes over the years. Wait, they made Fall Guys Sonic plushes? Seriously? It's kind of cute. I like the Sonic one. I've been out of the loop for like Sonic merch for a few years now. I was always more into the vintage stuff. I haven't really searched modern stuff in a long time. But I gotta say, the Fall Guys Sonic plushes, I'm a fan. I feel like I gotta like resurrect my Sonic channel and just like start getting back into the grind of relearning all the stuff they've come out with over the years. I'm so behind on these things. Oh my god. I just love that they have the giant Sonic next to the little micro mini Knuckles and Sonic plushes. Sonic looks so weird in this. It's like, I don't want to really get back into modern Sonic collecting because there's just so much merch out there now, but when I see a hideous plush like this, it is very tempting. The uglier they are, the better. This Tails, I think, was like flattened as roadkill or something. My goodness. I just love the hideous ones. They're just so funny. This is a fake. This is probably the holy grail of Sonic. Oh no, not this one. There's another one. That's Sonic Adventure 1. There's a Sonic Adventure 2 plush that is like, still to this day, the best one ever. It's also super expensive. Just kills, knocks all the other ones out. Here he is. This one's pretty dirty. They want 1,300, but he's like well loved to say the least. Look at the, yeah. This is not even a good sample. This thing in mint condition is just so much better. That's the Sonic version. Doesn't look like any Tails have sold. That's Sonic Adventure 1, nowhere near as good as 2. Can't sort this. Huh, it's not giving me the ability. Oh, they didn't find any results. That's why. There he is. Much better condition. So it looks like that's bottom of the barrel for that dirty one. And then it moves up to these. Sonic Adventure 2 plush line was coveted. Oh man, I don't even want to think about the shadow one. the movie and everything now. One sold, there's one left. These are still the best. There are no Sonic plushes as accurate and as good as these all these years later. These are like models ripped straight out of the game. Like, they're just so good. This is from Sonic Adventure. I actually used to have this Amy. I sold her a very long time ago. Big, that Sonic Adventure one. The most coveted is E102. Mostly just because his material is known for disintegrating over time. This is a disintegrated one. This should be all silver, but it's just gone. So if you bought this, you'd have to do some repairs. Ooh, good God. I mean, if you spent $3,500 on this, get a little bit of black mold with your order. That's crazy. The seller is definitely asking way too much. But they know it's like the only one. Is there Rouge? Yes, Rouge is pretty uncommon. Her plush is also super amazing. There doesn't seem to even be one on eBay right now. Yeah, she's not even on here. Yeah, these are not her. There is one. It's like this, but bigger. Kind of. But yeah, she's not even on here. I like it. Rouge the Bat. Yeah, let's just throw Ty Beanie Baby Batty in there. Do I know off the top of my head how much the Sonic Underground Denny's plushes are worth? These days, I honestly have no idea. I haven't really been looking at prices of Sonic merch. But I can look. These are very common plushes, though. Like, some of the most common ones you'll find out there. So it looks like you're looking at, like, brand new in the bag, 35 to 40. So if you've got them out of the bag, it looks like, you know, knock 10 or 15 bucks off, depending on condition. There was very little Sonic Underground merch. Oh my god, look at this Tails. My god. Sometimes they just miss the mark. This Sonic, though, boy, I'm gonna have to track him down sometime. That thing is just... It's just so ugly. Look at it. Makes me almost want to get back into collecting newer Sonic stuff. God. I own my fair share of ugly Sonic merch, but that one's up there. The tail. Oh, man. Somebody paid $180 for a sealed copy of Game & Wario, but the used copies are apparently going for like $85. Just jump a few more pages. Do you have any plushies of silver? I actually don't think I do. I don't have much silver stuff at all. Back when I was collecting Sonic stuff, silver merch was pretty much non-existent. They started mass-producing silver, like not too long after I pretty much took a hiatus from collecting. When I took a hiatus from collecting, they started releasing a bunch of characters that were pretty much like mythical creatures in terms of getting merchandise. So we're talking like chaotic stuff, like all the obscure characters that never got merch made. They started releasing a lot of that kind of stuff after I stopped collecting. Biggest buyer remorse. I kind of always like, if I'm buying something, there's usually a good reason for it, so I usually don't feel too much remorse, but there was buying an Xbox One on day one was kind of, there was a little remorse behind that. One of the most empty console launches ever. Ooh, this is pretty rare. The fishing resort bundle. Great, now they're gonna show me super expensive Sonic plushes all the time. Looks like it's in a thrift store. It's a cool little game. Need to play more of this one day. Fishing resort. Very chill, very relaxing, very beautiful game actually. Yeah, so it looks like Rhythm Heaven Fever is pretty much top Wii price. Which, when you really think about it, when the most expensive game on your console is $150 these days, for something as old as the Wii, that's really... Wii is still really not that bad. That means almost everything is decently obtainable. Unless you're a Coraline fan. Then you've got another one to contend with. This is also a pretty uncommon Wii game. See, if I ever start collecting for the Wii U, I'll have to buy stuff like this. Just not sealed copies. I think there's like other versions that I can't remember. Was there a PS3 version? Hold on. Cabela's Big Game Hunter Peru. Okay, it was on PS3, but I wonder if you can play this on the Wii U by like using your Wii U pad to like aim and shoot at the screen or something. That could be kind of unique. Let's see, does it show you? Thank you for showing the back of the box. Bring home bigger game. Doesn't say. It just shows that you use a Wii remote or the gamepad. Oh wait, it is compatible with a gun. Darn, that would be so cool to be able to like lift your Wii U pad up and like aim that way at the screen. Like it's the scope on the Wii U screen. Now, if they did something like that, yes, absolutely, this is the version to get. That could be cool. Anybody know? Have any of you played this or know by chance if that's a feature in this game? If you're looking for a site that tracks prices, price charting is still probably one of your only best bets. But really the best way is to just look at sales history, sold sales history on eBay. Price charting won't be the most accurate. Price charting is the fastest way to get an idea of what something's going for. But if you're looking for the most accurate, just searching eBay sold is the way to go. Man, I would have never had Coraline on my bingo sheet years ago as gonna, being one of the most expensive Wii games. It's so crazy. Consistently sells too. I'll have to see if I can get a hold of the PS2 version one day to see what the fuss is about that game. Why is this game so sought after? Have I ever replaced a PS1 laser? Nope. I don't play games on a PS1 anymore. Just use a PS2. How do you clean games? It depends on what game it is. Right now, if I'm playing a disc game, I just wipe it down with a microfiber cloth. Other than that, you'd have to resurface. Price charting doesn't track everything, though. Especially with auctions. And sometimes auctions can be the best way to actually figure out what a game is currently worth. Plus, price charting is not going to show you pictures and condition. It's not going to be like, alright. Because eventually it'll kind of like lose. I think they make you pay money to see like data like that. But you can't look at something and be like, okay, why did this copy go for 100 but this copy went for 70? Kind of thing. Whereas eBay, you could just look right at the listing. And in my years of comparing sold eBay to what's on price charting has missed a ton of stuff that I've seen. Like, oh, there's this price on eBay. You go to price charting, nowhere to be seen. It's like, but this just sold a couple weeks ago. This should be tracking, not on there. So yeah, if you rely only on price charting, I would advise you to not just rely on price charting. The only way that might make sense is if you just have such an inventory, like you own a game store and you just don't have the time to be scouring eBay for sold prices. Then okay, maybe price charting, but then some things are going to be overpriced and some things will be severely underpriced. Also depends on the console, what the game is. If it's something a bit more obscure, yeah, you probably want to get on eBay. You don't want to be using price charting. Because if the sample size is really big, then price charting is probably decently reliable. But if the sample size is like, the game only sells once every month or 2 or 3 or something, or even rarer, it may not be dependable. A sealed case of Nickelodeon Victorious. $120. Someone bought it. Oh yeah, if you're buying Saturn games, you gotta just use eBay. Check the sold listings. Venturing back into Sega Saturn collecting. That is definitely an adventure. That is not easy. Dragon Sega Saturn PAL version. Give me your price for this game. Apparently someone said $1 million. That's definitely not a real price. Some retro stores do use price charting, yes. There are some stores that you can walk into and like they don't even price their games. You literally bring the games up to the register and they price check everything on the fly using a site like Price Check. That's when you just like leave the store. That's never fun. And also people at conventions do that too. That's why if I ever go to a convention booth where like there's no prices on anything, I just walk away. Anybody need a big Ichigeki Pachi slot simulation on Saturn? Yeah, you should be. You might actually be able to find a nice little reproduction case for Bomberman for Saturn. If you're just looking for something that fits alongside your collection nicely. Let's see. Sega Saturn, Bomberman, Repro. Doesn't look like there's anything right now. No. You should be able to find a nice little reproduction case at some point, though. Fighters Megamix, I don't think that's... Well, then again, I don't want to say in the world of Saturn. You never know. Yeah, this has always been a pretty common game. Looks like you're looking at about 50 to 60. Let's see what it's actually selling for. Yeah, especially if you're looking for Japanese copies of games, you do not want to look on price charting. eBay is like the only way to go then. Yeah, you're looking 50, 60 bucks. It's about the going right here. Oh wow, I totally forgot this game had a Gamecom release. Wow. Completely forgot. Cat's Eye, holy smokes. 35 subgifts? That is insane. Wow, that is one of the biggest sub bombs we've seen in quite some time. Sorry, YouTube people. This is over on the Twitch side. Cat's Eye with the absolute monster subgift bomb. Looking through the list here, there's a lot of old timers getting the hook up here. Thank you so much, Cat's Eye. That's really very, very generous. You're an avid VOD watcher? Yep. I know the VOD life, believe me. Back when I used to watch Twitch a lot, I would frequent many VODs, especially for nighttime sleeping entertainment. Just put it on in the background. That's all you need. Yeah, just an instant level 7 hype train. You know, nothing crazy. So you started getting back into Saturn collecting, huh? Have you picked up any Saturn games yet? Or are you trying to figure out what you want to buy? Are you doing US or Japanese or both? Oh, thank you, Mecha Kong adds on top of that. Tell you, boy, Twitch subs are pretty coveted these days with how annoying the ads can be on Twitch. I'm sure people very much appreciate the sub gifts. Let's be honest, most of these people are probably lurking or asleep right now. Because I know you do it. I know it's an eBay stream. I know half of you are sleeping. But I'm sure they'll wake up tomorrow and be thankful. Oh, that's right, pal collecting. Well, knocking Panzer Dragoon Saga off from the start. Man, you got access to a couple of cool exclusives too. That we never got here. Deep Fear. You should definitely look into Deep Fear. It's one I've always been jealous of not getting here. Oh my god, it's so trippy looking through the PAL box art. Oh my goodness, your Mr. Bones box is so weird. Wow. So smug looking. Hey, thank you so much, Pardeep. Thank you for that super chat on YouTube. How does Deep Fear and Lost Dimension... How much does Deep Fear and Lost Dimension on PS3 go for? Man, I haven't looked at the price for Lost Dimension in a while on PS3. There was a point where that game was getting pricey. Let's see what it's actually going for. I have not played Lost Dimension. This is a game I was interested in back in the day, but the price has kind of crept up over the years. It's also a long game. Looks like people want about 70 to 75 for it. People that have played it, though, will have to let you know if it's worth the price of admission. And then Deep Fear. Well, Deep Fear... The best way to play it affordably would be get the Japanese Saturn version. I actually streamed this many years ago. The voice acting is in English. The text is not. But you can totally, like, finagle your way through the game. And then maybe reference a guide or a video or something if you get stuck. But the voice acting is in English on Japanese Saturn. So this might be a nice, cheap way to get into it. Am I going to get the Switch 2? Definitely. I'm very excited for the Switch 2 right now. I'm really hoping it's going to be like... just bringing in some amazing day one launch games. Jack is back. Man, this is so interesting looking through the PAL versions of these boxes. That's so over the top. Ours doesn't look like this. Yeah, Mario Kart by itself launching, where everybody playing it and figuring out the new tracks, man, that's going to be so much fun. Playing together with the community, I can't wait to be streaming that and just like making lobbies with 24 players. And I'm really holding out hope that they have some kind of like battle royale mode with that many racers. I agree that Shinrei Jutsu Sushi is the best Saturn game. However, it's hard for me to put it at number 1 because that game kills my hands. The mashing is just so extreme. And it's kind of hard to use a turbo controller because you don't always mash, sometimes you hold, so it's kind of, it's rough. It's just non-stop Sonic Dance Party with these alerts. Am I getting the new Pokemon set? Cards? No, I'm not doing the new Pokemon cards. Just the mobile game. The new Pokemon cards don't interest me. The only new Pokemon cards that interested me were Pokemon 151. Oh my goodness, your copy of Lunacy is called Toriko. I kind of forgot about that. Okay, so this is one you definitely got to put on your list of games to get. Toriko, also known as Lunacy. Such a weird game. Look at this cover, man. I'm jealous of your cover. Your cover is better than ours. Lost Dimension is an okay strategy RPG, doesn't do anything particularly great, but has a trader mechanic. Dan honestly appreciates simple strategy RPGs nowadays. You know what? That is a good point, Dan. And that's actually a very good point. A lot of strategy RPGs now are overly complicated. So being able to play one that's actually very simple. It can be kind of hard to find one like that these days, without some kind of crazy gimmick system. Actually makes me almost want to look back into that game on PS3. It's so interesting seeing all of the different ways they title your games versus ours. Panzer Dragoon would be essential. In my opinion, the holy trinity for me, for Saturn collecting. The 3 original games that I bought a Saturn for. Nights into Dreams, Panzer Dragoon, and of course, Sonic R. Those are the 3. Those are like the must-owns. I also agree. I hope that they at least bring back music when you're shopping on the Switch 2 store, or bring some kind of music back to the menus. I hate this new, like, silence. Oh, it's all quiet as you browse the store. No. We want some of that chirpy, happy-go-lucky music as we're shopping for our digital games. Did we get Andretti Racing in the US? Maybe we did. Doesn't look familiar. You got Sonic R ticked off? I would fully expect that. If you watched my streams over the years, there's no way you don't have Sonic R at this point. You know how good that game is. Oh, this might be an interesting one. This is one of the few Saturn games left that I'm interested in getting. Valora Valley Golf. Super over-the-top golf game. I mean, you can just tell by the cover, right? Like, you're in a volcano with a thunderstorm. It's just a crazy looking golf game with like some just really wacky courses. I don't know if you like golf, but if you are, this might be one to consider. Wow. Your box for Primal Rage is so much different than ours. All the ones we have, we get the full body shot of this guy. Oh, wow. Oh, no, we did get Galaxy Fight, right? Yeah, we got Galaxy Fight. I was thinking of a different game for a moment that was only in Japan. Enemy Zero. Enemy Zero would be an interesting one to pick up too, but that is definitely a horror game not for everybody. So, if I were you, you would need to watch a video on that before deciding. I think the new Sonic Racing game is coming out. Will outdo Mario Kart 9? Absolutely not. But I might like it better. But that game will struggle in the face of Mario Kart 9. Mario Kart to be open worlds? Yeah, let's just calm down. That would be that would be wild. Shinobi X is pretty good, but it's not $300 good. Would not recommend that. Oh, wow. Oh, that's Tech Toy Brazil, I was gonna say. Because if you're a big Resident Evil fan, Resident Evil on Saturn has some cool exclusive changes to like the graphics and character models, and of course it's got the exclusive mode. Oh, virtual hide LED. Yes, essential. And luckily it looks like PAL copies are nice and cheap. Must own if you're getting a Saturn collection going. Your cover is also pretty neat looking. Don't believe what you hear about the frame rate. If you can look past the frame rate, this game is a blast. Swagman for us in the US here was probably PS1 only, but it seems like they got it in Saturn. All territories. There's quite a few instances of stuff like that. I can't believe these notifications are still going. That's crazy. Thank you, Katsai. I wouldn't say that dubious. I replay games all the time. Plus, who's to say that it's not possible to get a complete PS2 collection in time? Mysteria, it's cheap in the US too, but if you like strategy RPGs, this might be worth looking into. Pretty similar to Guardian War and 3DO. D. Hold up. Oh, German D. Wow, that's the cheapest D I've ever seen. I'm sorry, Germany. Apparently, if you want German D, coming off the seams, it's only $25. Unglued D. Unglued cover. Game is only in German. Huh, it would be interesting to play D in different languages. So does that mean that when the voiceover happens in the game, it's in German? Or we're still getting the English voice acting? Most expensive Sega Saturn US games these days? Well, really, I think if you're looking at expensive Sega Saturn games and you don't have Panzer Dragoon Saga, that is like, you should just get that one before anything else, because that is like the number one, you have to at least try it kind of game. And there it is ended. That was quite the sub-gift train. And from the sounds of it, almost all of them were brand new subs. Or at least haven't subbed in a while. Australian D, though, coming out of nowhere for 80 instead of 25, so now we know where the priorities are. The funny thing with Saturn, though, it's like practically everything is expensive. You're not getting cheap games, especially with US games. Very, very hard to get cheap Saturn games. If you're a Japanese Saturn collector, this is definitely one that you should look into. Shinrei. Just be prepared to get carpal tunnel syndrome playing that game. A lot of people would recommend Burning Rangers and Magic Knight Raiders. Personally, I think Saturn Bomberman is way too expensive unless you're like a hardcore Bomberman fan. Doesn't make sense to get Mega Man 8 on Saturn. Just get it on PS1. House of the Dead used to be like one of the only ways, if not the only way, to play this game on console. They got the re-release. I don't know if the re-release comes with like an old school version. I think it's just like the remake, right? So technically, this is still one of the best ways to play a sort of port of the arcade version of House of the Dead. One of the only Saturn games I regret not getting when it was cheaper. Still don't own that. Probably never will now. It's just too late. It's ridiculous now. Lunacy has gotten expensive. I would recommend Lunacy if you like really weird adventure games. Right, if you're saying that price is no issue, then that is one to look into. Albert Odyssey, I don't know if you got that PAL copy. I don't know if that's US only. Really funny translation in this game. I really like the localization. So if you like turn-based RPGs. Also Shining the Holy Ark. I really enjoyed that one. Ooh, wow. Not a bad price for all those games. Someone made out. Sonic R alone is like minimum 200. Which game has my favorite music? There's a lot of games where I love the music. But honestly, like a game that I've just played for thousands of hours and just the music was timeless was Final Fantasy XI. So if I really had to pick something and give like a real answer, Final Fantasy XI. Because the music's... Here's the thing. I played 11 for thousands of hours. I listened to some of those songs being in the areas that those songs played for hundreds of hours, right, for some of these areas. And I still listen to the music outside the game because it's just that damn good. So it's got to be 11. I actually really like this Batman Forever the arcade game. So over the top. Some people hate this game. Super over the top. You're heading out. Thank you, Mecha Kong. Thank you for the sub gifts again. Thank you for the little Shreemoots interactions as well. Feeling sick? I hope you feel better. Have a good night, Mecha Kong. But yeah, I actually like this Batman Forever game. I just love how flashy it was with all the colors and animations. Ooh. Oh, it's sealed. I was gonna say Street Fighter the Movie Boy, $300. Wasn't expecting that, but it's sealed. But there isn't a lot of variety up in the upper echelons of Sega Saturn games, huh? It's like the same games over and over. This is the system where people say they get disc rot, yes. Unfortunately, YouTube is a little delayed. So when you see me scroll by a listing, I've probably like advanced the page already by that point. It's not 1-for-1, unfortunately. This is an interesting beat 'em up. Rula has one of the wackiest stages I've ever seen in a beat 'em up. If you know, you know. And you never forget. But if you know, you know. What's my anime life like? I don't really watch anime anymore. Anime is very time consuming. And anytime I try to get into one these days, I usually give up after a couple episodes. The way I look at it, instead of watching an anime series, I'd rather just... Well, I used to watch streams, but now I would just, I don't know, watch a video on YouTube or something instead. I'm sure I'll get back into anime stuff at some point, but it's been a bit. The last time I really got into a series is when I watched Attack on Titan, and then I never went back to finish it. It was like when the first season of the show was done and you were waiting for like the second season, and I never went back. I mean, there's so much more variety in, like, the PAL games we're looking at. You come to the US Saturn, it's just the same stuff over and over. For the higher price stuff. It's actually surprising to not see more imports in here. Guess most of them kind of been kept at bay. This is an interesting game. I did a video review on this. Oh man, it's probably... This video's gotta be at least 12 or 13 years old now. I reviewed this game. It's a cute little Smash Brothers style game where you're just trying to knock the enemies off of the levels. It's like a 3D game. All you do is bounce into and like run into the enemies and just try and knock them off. That's all you do. And every character has like a special move. It's cute. Is it $200 cute? Absolutely not. When I got it, it was like 20 or 30 bucks. Once upon a time, this also used to be the cheapest shoot 'em up on Saturn. I see times have changed. You used to be able to get this for like 20, 30, or more like, yeah, $30, $40. And it was kind of notorious for that. It was just so easy to get. Sokyo Grentai. The Crow. I do not recommend you pay $200 to play The Crow. It's a bad game, but it's also one of the, like, it is one of those so bad it's good games, but it's also very difficult. So you've got to deal with playing a difficult, frustrating bad game. So that's where things kind of start clashing. We're finally getting into more variety here. Now that we're under the sub 200 mark. It's like, oh, games that don't cost an arm and a leg, great. Ooh, what is that? Wow, I've never seen that before. Listen to Dreams Sega Toys R Us Sweepstakes. Instant win game piece. Play for a chance to win thousands of prizes. Gently scratch off the box below to see back of game piece for redemption. Wow, and it went unscratched. That's got to be so rare. Pretty cool. First of all, finding that piece of a paper attached to the game, unscratched. I can see why it sold for $180. I've never even seen that before. Virtua Fighter Tournament jacket. Is that embroidered? Doesn't... Oh, maybe it is. Some of it is. Not all of it, though. I plan on making a video talking a bit about Wii U stuff, but do I see it getting rare? There are rare Wii U games, but I don't really see anything changing drastically, right? The rare games are going to stay somewhat hard to get. Nothing is unobtainable on the Wii U, though. Even the rarest games are obtainable if you wanted them. They're always there. They're always ready for you to buy. But the collector base for Wii U is just so niche that I just don't really think the demand will ever hit the point where anything will really change. Right? So the games that are somewhat affordable right now are mostly probably going to stay somewhat affordable for the foreseeable future. The only ones you really got to watch are these small handful of games that are still stuck on the Wii U. And most of those are really not that hard to get. This is an interesting game. I used to like playing this one. Hisatsu. It's actually based off of like a Japanese television show, but it plays like a side-scrolling shinobi-style game, so if you're into this kind of side-scrolling action games, very difficult. This is a hard game. Look into Hisatsu. Stall. Oh, I don't know if you have stall in PAL region, but I don't think so, actually. I think this might have been US only. Stall's a classic Saturn platformer. One of the most colorful games you will play. The Japanese version, you actually have a couple more hit points compared to the US version, so it's a little easier. This is also pretty good. Ninja Jaja Marakun Gold, but this is... It's essentially a very early 3D platformer. There were not a lot of 3D platformers around this time, so they were still trying to figure out how to like really play with that space of platforming in 3D. So if you're looking for a pretty cool take on that, this is worth looking into. I used to really enjoy this game. It's primitive, right? Like the way that you move the camera around, it's very stiff and rigid, but if you're into that kind of history of the genre, check it out. I mean, there's a lot of people that have seen Sonic 3 tonight. I think more people said they saw Sonic 3 today than the release week for Sonic 3. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, 4 is going to be really good. I have not played Romancing Saga 2 Remake. It's one of my most, like, I need to get around to it at some point this year games. Because it's supposed to be really good, and it looks really good. And it looks and plays like a You know, it looks like a PS2 RPG that's just now coming out with like better graphics, right? I guess that's the best way of putting it. They did a really nice job with that remaster. I didn't get around to it because it's like, man, couldn't do all the games from last year. I'm sure I'll love it. Nice custom box for Christmas nights. Did a nice job on that. Is it $150 nice? No. But it's a nice job. Congo is Saturn exclusive shoot 'em up. A little hard on the eyes. The sprite scaling in this is you're in a forest, but the grass and the tree effects are like, I don't know, I just remember it being a little hard to look at times with the sprite scaling of the enemies. But interesting if you're looking for a really weird niche first-person shooter. Z the Bitmap Brothers. Okay, this is a game that we definitely never got here in the US. Which is so funny because he's got the American flag on his chest. Yeah, couldn't tell you about this game. We never got this one. This is some F1 game on Super Famicom. Vertical shoot 'em ups on Saturn. I have a hard time remembering which ones are vertical and horizontal. A lot of the shoot 'em ups too, I just never got my hands on. Because a lot of them by the time, even when I was collecting Saturn, were pretty ridiculous. Hyperduel is great, but that game is horizontal. It's also stupidly expensive at this point. I don't remember liking Guardian Force too much. I remember being like, it's okay. Batsugun was always pretty good. You gotta do it on Bachi. I played the US version of Layer Section. I really don't remember much, so I probably didn't like it. I don't think I played Metal Black. I remember Skullfang. I played it, I don't have much memories of it. I also was never super big into Radiant Silvergun. I thought that was... I don't know. I always felt that game was a little overrated. That's just me. Never thought that game was worth the price. Haven't played Trier Steppy. Yep. It's a great platformer. I could swear I've made videos on some of these games, but I can't remember. It's been so long. I used to make some videos on Saturn stuff, import stuff. I just don't remember what ones I covered, but I don't think I covered Trier Steppy. I probably just mentioned it in a video. Yeah, it's good. I mean, is it hundreds of dollars good? That's the question. Maybe only for hardcore platformer fans. It's the cheapest you can get. Cheapest looks like around 300. It's kind of like Sonic. if Sonic had to refill his gas every once in a while. But it was cute. Character's cute. Great animations, great colors. Remember the boss battles being pretty impressive. It's an FPS, yep, Congo is FPS. PS1. I will give you one shoot 'em up recommendation on PS1 right now, which is R-Type Delta. Oh my god, I was so impressed by that game. I think I played it early. Was it earlier last year or the year before? Damn, was this game good. I was blown away by how good this was. Unfortunately, you gotta pay a price of entry to this game. Now, I'm not a big R-Type person, but if you like, especially slower horizontal shoot 'em ups, it gets like my highest recommendation. The atmosphere and the music and the lighting and the like, there was nothing I didn't like about this game. Difficult, very hard. Well, Einhander, everybody knows Einhander, right? Everybody talks about that one, so I figured I'd recommend something a little less talked about. Of course, Einhander will always be up there, but I think if you're looking for shoot 'em ups on PS1, pretty good chance you know about Einhander. Unless if you're looking in like Japanese games too, then that opens a different floodgate. But you know, looking back on it, the PS1 library for shoot 'em ups is it's pretty limited. It's not a ton of them out there. Oh, this game, I don't know if it was just because I played it on a PS3, but the music didn't work. It probably works if you play on a PS1. I might have even been playing on a PS2, but I just remember the music not working in Gekio. I prefer the Vectrix or the Virtual Boy. I mean, they're both cool in their own ways. I was always impressed with the visuals of both of them. Is there anything to collect for the Vectrix? You just really have to like the appeal of the Vectrix. If the vector graphics don't appeal to you, then yeah, there's probably not much for you to collect on there. What shoot 'em up was it that I played on stream recently? On PS2? It was... oh man, what was it? Oh. Sylphid. Yeah, this might be a fun little one for you to check out on PS2. It's also very cheap. Got that work and designs foil cover too. You could pick up copies of this for like 20-25 bucks. Let me put the link in chat for you. Yeah, I played this on stream last year, and it's very basic. It's a very simple shoot 'em up, but it's got like story beats to it. It's got a lot of like chatter, characters talking. But it's got 3D visuals, so it's kind of in that unique genre of shoot 'em ups that were really trying to go for 3D dynamic camera shifts and camera angles, which sometimes comes back to bite you in this game. It's a cool cover. Wow, look at that manual. So cool. Never looked at that before. So yeah, the camera angle can really throw you off. It's kind of part of the challenge. Okay, don't buy this copy, okay? It's got molds. But yeah, it's pretty, for the price, worth it. Also something to keep an eye out with Sylphid, just like trading cards that have foil, like Pokemon cards, there are also print lines that can occur on the printing of this, and it's pretty common. It's actually kind of hard to find one that doesn't have it. So on the manual and on the box, you might have like a giant line going through, which signifies the end and start of a new foil sheet when they printed the game. So don't be surprised if you buy a copy and it has a giant line going through the box of the manual. It's just pretty common. Thanks again, Pardeep. Is Super Tempo expensive game? It is an expensive game. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to play this because once upon a time I had a sealed copy and I didn't want to open it. And I don't collect sealed games, so I sold it, and I sold it for I think $120 sealed. Used copies are now like minimum $250. Oh, this is a reproduction. Okay. Minimum then is like $500, it seems. Never played it. Couldn't recommend it. Just one of those things where I just didn't want a sealed copy of this game. It's as simple as that. You know, do I wish I still had a sealed copy? Well, judging by these prices, who wouldn't, right? But it is what it is. That just kind of shows you the crazy prices of games is over time. To think that I sold a copy of the sealed for about, it was like between 100 and 120, something along those lines. And now used, it's 500. So, you know, games were pretty cheap back then. Oh yeah, definitely hold on the Chrono Trigger on DS. Don't open your rare, like any older games that you have sealed, just don't open them. Either just sell them to somebody else, hang on to them, grade them, and then sell them to people that care about graded sealed games. I would not recommend opening something that's a couple decades old at this point. I don't think we want to be looking at Neo Geo AES shoot 'em ups. One of my all-time favorites. So underrated. Biohazard Battle does not get the love it deserves. It's like, just because it's one of the cheaper shoot 'em ups, nobody cares. It's like, a lot of people treat shoot 'em ups, the more expensive it gets, then suddenly it's something worth noticing. If it's cheap, it's like no one cares. Damn, that amazing game, such atmosphere. The music, the visuals, the crafts that you play as. There's no other shoot 'em up like that game. Yeah, all the Raiden games are great. Yeah, and you can get the Gradius PS2 collection too. What does it have, 3 and 4 on it? I never was super big in the Gradius. Raiden I like though. I'm telling you, it's getting. I mean, then again, we are browsing shoot 'em ups, so it was kind of destined to happen. But once again, I mentioned Raiden, and half a second later, there it is. Just the timing on it is so coincidental. I just want to say, don't underestimate the Game Boy Advance, by the way, for shoot 'em ups. Like, you can... Just to play the Iridion games, Iridion 2, I'm telling you right now, if you have a Game Boy Advance and you like shoot 'em ups, this should be the #1 game on your list right now. Not even a question. You will also get to hear, in my opinion, one of the greatest soundtracks ever for a shoot 'em up. At times I go back and forth, like, is this actually the best soundtrack on the Game Boy Advance? It may actually be. And prices for complete copies are not as crazy as you would imagine for a shoot 'em up on Game Boy Advance. Don't worry about the first game too much, it's much different. It's more of a rail shooter that was just very impressive at the time with its graphics. Any plans for Hello Kitty Island Adventure? I would like to check that out, yeah. I think that will be my break from PS2 games for a bit when that game comes out, I'll try it out. I mean, who doesn't want to play Hello Kitty Animal Crossing, right? Like, well, apparently a lot of people, because the game failed on mobile, so now they got to port it to console. And I say failed because, well, I'm assuming it had to, like, do pretty poorly at this point because, well, there'd be no other reason to port it, right? It's got to be struggling a little bit, but I'll check it out. Especially because it's one where there's no microtransactions, right? So it would be pretty nice to play. Golden Sun has some good music. It's got the best... Golden Sun has the best song on Game Boy Advance with the battle music. But best overall soundtrack, I think I would give to Iridion 2. Yeah. Play it. You'll see what I mean. Alright, everybody. I think that will conclude our eBay adventures tonight. Good stream as always. Just a reminder and a thank you again to everybody that is considering the Factor 75 sign up. Put the link in the YouTube chat once again. Once again, we have some goals we're setting up for this. If we can hit our main goal in the next few weeks, we will do a PS2 collection video. Gonna be at least probably like 8 hours long. I don't know how long. It'll be long. And then we'll have other goals along the way as long as we're like making momentum. Thank you again, Noah, for signing up on that tonight. And just another heads up, next eBay stream may be during the weekday. I want it to coincide with my Barramundi dinner that's coming from Factor 75, which won't be here until next Monday. So, next Saturday stream may be... I don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll be doing something else, and then Monday will be eBay. Which is a nice little opportunity for people that normally can't watch streams on the weekends to catch an eBay stream. But yeah. Once again, thank you everybody for hanging out. It's always a fun stream. Here's the Factor thing in Twitch chat as well. Show it to your significant other. Be like, hey, is this something you'd be interested in trying for a week? Right? Just get minimum. You can get 6 meals for $42. Free shipping. Pretty good. Even if you're just looking to get a week's worth of meals and not have to worry about cooking. I'll be getting it soon so you can kind of like see what it looks like. I'll see what it looks like in person. And I'll do the taste test for you. But yeah, you guys have a good night. The VOD will be archived tonight on YouTube, as long as they don't raise too many problems with hitting me with copyright stuff. And thank you again, Katsai, for the sub-gift bomb. Very, very generous. Thank you for spreading the emotes and subs to a ton of people tonight. Thank you to the YouTube side, to the people that were super chatting. It's much appreciated. Thank you for your support. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow on I don't want to guarantee tomorrow. Let's just say within the next few days, I will be playing Eco on PS2, the PS2 version. Way different than the PS3 version. So if you want to know the differences, I'll be breaking it all down for you as we go through. You're going to have to tune in on Twitch, though. I might dual stream it to YouTube. We'll see, because the YouTube people might actually be interested in that. So make sure you turn your notifications on. But just be aware that this is in a roulette system where it is possible that Eco will be skipped and we move on to a next game. I just want... I want the YouTube people to realize that finishing Eco is not guaranteed. So don't panic. We'll see what happens.